Chapter 160. Just as the twinkle in Zhong Xiaohua's dream resonated with the stars in the night sky, the endless starry sky seemed to have received a call and instantly swarmed over, as if passing through time and space. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua's body was surrounded by countless amounts of star power. The 100,000 pores all over his body that were crying for food opened up as if they had seen a delicacy and tasted it to their heart's content. After the star power and yuan qi were absorbed into the body by the pores, they were so small that they could not be sensed. In his dream, Zhong Xiaohua unconsciously circulated the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, pushing them to flow in the meridians according to the circulation route. Just like before, the astral energy was slowly refined into pure yuan qi, and the yuan qi absorbed along with it fused with the yuan qi formed by the astral energy and was refined by the twinkle, leaving behind an even purer yuan qi. This pure yuan qi was stored in Zhong Xiaohua's middle dantian. However, even though there was a lot of astral energy and yuan qi entering Zhong Xiaohua's body, Zhong Xiaohua's meridians were purified to a shocking degree under the effect of the twinkle. 10 holts were gone, and in the end, only a tiny bit of yuan qi was left. However, the purity of that yuan qi was terrifying. Everything was carried out quietly without Zhong Xiaohua's awareness. However, the pure yuan qi was too little, so little that Zhong Xiaohua was unable to sense it. Until the next morning, when the sun rose, Zhong Xiaohua opened his eyes and shook off his clothes that were soaked with dew. However, he still did not know what he had gained from his busy night. Zhong Xiaohua looked around and remembered what happened yesterday. He could not help but smile bitterly and stand up to stretch a little. Although he had meditated through the night, his body did not feel any discomfort. In fact, he felt refreshed and not sleepy at all. He was even more energetic than when he was lying on the Kang bed. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but think to himself, why not sleep in the future and sell the Kang bed in the hut for money so that he could meditate every day? It was still early and the sun had just peeked out from the horizon. Zhong Xiaohua swallowed at the rising sun and another warm current entered his body. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, but he could not figure it out clearly. He tilted his head and thought for a while, but still could not figure it out, so he threw it to the back of his mind. Zhong Xiaohua wanted to practice the fist of the North Star by the herb field, but unfortunately, there were no trees around the herb field. Zhong Xiaohua had always avoided people when practicing his fist, and now that he was suddenly practicing in an open area, he was not used to it was a little uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to return to the forest to practice his fist and sword arts. But just as he walked to the edge of the forest, he thought of another matter. His fist art would have to be seen by others sooner or later. Not to mention that he only knew this fist art, regardless of whether it was in front of others or behind others, his fist art was still the fist of the North Star. Although it was made up of different fist arts, it was still a fist art. In the future, there was no need to avoid people. Besides, he still wanted to participate in the Misty School's martial arts exhibition. If he did not use the fist of the North Star, what else could he use? He might as well practice his fist art openly and not care about what others said. As for Elder Yu's sword art, he was instructed not to let others see it when he was teaching it. Thus, he could only avoid people when he practiced his sword art. Just as he was thinking, Zhong Xiaohua walked into the forest. Suddenly, he heard a pa-da sound. It was the sound of a person falling down. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. It was broad daylight. Could it be that someone was doing something bad in the forest? Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua executed the ethereal steps and quickly walked into the depths of the forest. Who knew that just as Zhong Xiaohua took a few steps, he heard the sound coming from the depths of the forest. A series of curses was heard, XXX, why is the ethereal steps so difficult? This footwork is obviously wrong. That voice was very familiar. It was Zhong Xiaohua's cheap master, He Tianshu. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be delighted. Captain He, why are you up so early? When Zhong Xiaohua arrived at the scene, He Tianshu had just climbed up from the ground and was patting the dust off his body. With an awkward expression, he said, Zhong Xiaohua? Why are you here? Why didn't I hear your footsteps? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I usually practice my fist art in the forest. Just now, I heard a strange sound, so I came over to take a look. Perhaps Captain he was too focused on practicing and didn't hear my footsteps. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows. Strange sound? Ian, I also heard it just now. It seems like a little bird kicked the tree branch and broke it. Don't bother about it. Zhong Xiaohua found it funny and said, Ian, I think so. But, why is Captain he up so early today? He Tianshu took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom and casually waved it around, saying, Isn't this the Ethereal Steps manual? After you left yesterday, I took a careful look at it, but I still couldn't figure out how to use this footwork. I didn't even sleep well, so I came here to practice before dawn. However, this footwork is just as I thought. There are many places that I can't use. I don't know if these are written wrongly. Not only did Zhong Xiaohua not believe his words, even He Tianshu himself didn't sound very confident. Perhaps he was trying to find an excuse for the little bird that broke the tree branch. Zhong Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued as she asked, Captain He, is it really that magical? Even you can't understand it. You are the god in my heart. You must continue to work hard and don't disappoint me. He Tianshu curled his lips and said, It's true. Don't doubt me. Sigh, if only I was Zhong Xiaohu. Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, Why is it my second brother? He Tianshu said enviously, If I were Zhong Xiaohu, I would definitely take this Ethereal Steps manual to his master and he would definitely tell me the secret of this place. You don't understand, Zhong Xiaohua. There's a world of difference between fumbling around and having a master guiding you. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, the successor enjoys the shade. That's the logic behind it. Zhong Xiaohua nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. What he said was true. If her master was by her side, she wouldn't have to ponder so hard. She could just casually ask and get the answer. Wouldn't that be great? However, if she acknowledged this master, her second brother would still have to live a precarious life in the escort agency. In comparison, Zhong Xiaohua was still satisfied with the current outcome. Fighting with the heavens was endless joy. Fighting with the earth was endless joy. Wouldn't it be equally endless joy if she fought with herself? Although that was the case, it was fine to have restless thoughts. However, the footwork still had to be pondered. He Tianshu said to Zhong Xiaohua, practice your fist technique by the side. Don't disturb me. I'll give it another try. I don't believe that with my talent of sensing qi in 2 days back then, it's impossible for me to not understand this basic footwork. With that said, he waved his hand and gestured for Zhong Xiaohua to go about her own business. He then looked at the few thin pages of paper. Zhong Xiaohua thought about it and knew that she couldn't be of any help again. She prepared to turn and leave. But at that moment, He Tianshu looked at the footwork while walking on the spot. Involuntarily, he attracted Zhong Xiaohua's gaze. He had already learned the first level of ethereal steps. He was only lacking the basic inner strength and was unable to use it. He had never heard of this footwork used in a martial arts competition. When He Tianshu used it, it naturally attracted his attention. He wanted to see the true face of the Misty School's signature technique. He saw He Tianshu looking at the footwork while stepping to the left and right in a narrow space. Sometimes, he would step on the same spot, and sometimes he would take a big step far away. It left Zhong Xiaohua baffled. As she watched, He Tianshu's 2 feet stepped on the same spot. He Tianshu lost his balance and was about to fall. Thankfully, He Tianshu seemed to be prepared. His body swayed and he stepped on the ground beside him, ending the footwork practice. Zhong Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu probably didn't know how to use it in this place, resulting in his fall. Just as she was thinking, He Tianshu persevered and began practicing again. This time, Zhong Xiaohua focused and carefully looked at He Tianshu's footwork. It was very complicated. Even with Zhong Xiaohua's somewhat enlightened mind, she could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. Similarly, when he reached the same spot, He Tianshu made another mistake and nearly fell. Pooey! He Tianshu spat on the ground and carefully kept the paper in his hand. He said fiercely, I don't believe that I can't teach you a lesson. Only then did he raise his head and see Zhong Xiaohua watching by the side. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Zhong Xiaohua, Why aren't you practicing your boxing? Zhong Xiaohua said with a smile, Captain He, I saw that you were practicing quite well. Why don't I learn a little from you? He Tianshu said unhappily, I haven't practiced it yet. How can I teach you? You'd better wait a little longer. Right after he said that, He Tianshu suddenly changed his mind and said, all right, since you're so eager to learn, I'll teach you some of the footwork I just learned. After saying that, he made a pose and said, you just follow my footwork behind me and practice step by step. Zhong Xiaohua ran behind He Tianshu happily and said, all right, Captain He, you can start now. He Tianshu smiled and said, all right, I'll start now. Follow me. Then, according to his own understanding, he performed the footwork he just performed at a very slow speed again. Zhong Xiaohua followed behind him. Perhaps because she had seen it twice just now, Zhong Xiaohua didn't have much difficulty performing it. When He Tianshu saw this, he sped up. When he reached the difficult point, He Tianshu first stepped in the same place, but it was just a pose. Then, he turned around and leaped to the side. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua with a playful smile. Zhong Xiaohua, who was eager to learn, didn't have any other thoughts. When she reached the difficult point with He Tianshu, she suddenly saw He Tianshu stop and stand to the side. She was shocked, but she didn't know why, but her 2 feet naturally followed He Tianshu's pose and stepped in the same place at the same time. This was the effect He Tianshu wanted. He quietly waited for Zhong Xiaohua to fall. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua's body had already tilted to one side, just like He Tianshu. However, at this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was staring blankly at He Tianshu, who was standing at the side and watching the show. He did not intentionally control his falling body. However, at this moment, his right foot that was about to step on his other foot naturally took a small step forward and missed him. Immediately, his right leg followed his body to the side and straightened his unbalanced body. Then, he changed his position and moved his body to another place. This very natural change made He Tianshu, who wanted to see Zhong Xiaohua make a fool of herself, drop his eyeballs to the ground. What was going on? He Tianshu walked forward excitedly and asked, Zhong Xiaohua, have you seen this footwork before? Zhong Xiaohua stood there in a daze. She didn't understand and said, Captain He, of course I haven't seen it before. I don't understand it. He Tianshu took out a few thin pieces of paper and pointed to a spot on it. He said, since you haven't seen it before, how did you execute this footwork so accurately? This last step is actually exactly the same as what was written in the secret manual. I tried this position and angle a few times just now, but I didn't succeed. I was so tired that I even fell to the ground. At this point, He Tianshu didn't care about his face anymore and spilled everything out. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, how would I know? I only executed it according to the footwork you taught me. He Tianshu didn't believe her and said, Zhong Xiaohua, can you execute it again? Zhong Xiaohua recalled in her mind and said, I'll try. I should be able to. After saying that, she followed her memory and combined it with He Tianshu's impression. She executed it step by step. Although Zhong Xiaohua hadn't executed the difficult part just now, He Tianshu had already executed it. He Tianshu was deeply aware of the complexity of the ethereal steps. It was only after a few days of seclusion that he was able to gain a rough understanding of the ethereal steps. Previously, he had only been able to execute it fluently because of the secret manual. It seemed like this was the first time Zhong Xiaohua had seen him execute the ethereal steps. He had only seen it a few times and he had already mastered it so perfectly. This seemed to be very different from his impression of the clumsy Zhong Xiaohua who learned fist techniques. However, the final result was another blow to He Tianshu's self-confidence. Zhong Xiaohua actually executed the difficult part perfectly. She turned around beautifully and stopped in her tracks. She smiled and asked, Captain He, do you think it should be executed like this? He Tianshu stuttered and said in disbelief, yes, it's like this. Immediately, he threw Zhong Xiaohua aside and practiced it again in disbelief. Unfortunately, he still stopped at the difficult part and almost fell. He Tianshu was puzzled. Why couldn't he do it well? Why did this Zhong Xiaohua succeed in one try? Hence, He Tianshu walked to Zhong Xiaohua's side and rubbed his hands. He asked. Zhong Xiaohua, how did you do it just now? How did you manage to take that step so easily? I see that you slide quite beautifully. You really have my style. Can you tell me how you control your body when you're about to fall? Zhong Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, Captain He, I don't know exactly how I did it. However, I didn't control my body. I just extended my leg naturally. That sliding step was also done casually. I felt that it was very suitable for my body. He Tianshu was puzzled. He said, your body is already crooked. How can you not control it? You just let yourself fall? Zhong Xiaohua nodded. Yes, that's it. He Tianshu thought for a while and said, I know. As long as you let nature take its course, your left foot will definitely let your right foot pass. Do the sliding step. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't explain it, so she said, I think so. Anyway, I didn't do anything. He Tianshu nodded and began to practice again. However, Captain He was even more miserable this time. His body fell to the ground, hard and fast. He Tianshu jumped up from the ground and shouted in exasperation, Didn't you say that you didn't do anything? Why can't you fall? Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and said, Maybe it's a problem of character. Captain He, when I came back from Ethereal Heights yesterday, I helped an old woman cross the road. How could He Tianshu believe this? He gestured and said, First, I put my left foot here, then my right foot here. My body is crooked. Since you said to follow my body, I naturally used my strength to walk here. Then, my body was still crooked. The more I tried to use strength, the more crooked my body was. What's going on? Seeing He Tianshu muttering like a devil, Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. She asked, Captain He, why do you need to use your strength to step forward? What strength are you using? He Tianshu was a little impatient. He said, Of course it's internal strength. Without internal strength, how can your steps be fast and elegant? Zhong Xiaohua pouted. Captain He, when did I have internal strength? I haven't found my sense of qi yet. He Tianshu heard this and his expression changed. He slapped his forehead and seemed to understand. His cheap disciple didn't have any internal strength at all. How could she use her strength to her feet? After finding out the reason, He Tianshu couldn't wait to practice again. Sure enough, this time, he was successful. He Tianshu was not only happy, but also had a strange feeling. This footwork actually rejected internal strength. Sigh. He Tianshu sighed. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, he raised his feet and prepared to walk away. Zhong Xiaohua quickly caught up and asked, Captain He, are we not practicing anymore? It's still early. Breakfast isn't ready yet. He Tianshu said curiously, I've been studying it for a long time, but this is all I know. How can I continue practicing? Why don't I give you this secret manual and you can practice it first? After saying this, he acted as if he was going to take something out. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hand. What a joke. She had just looked at it and saw that it was full of small feet. Looking at it gave her a headache. She knew very well how difficult it was to be self-taught. Since someone was willing to teach her, why should she take the unorthodox path? Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm just worried about Captain His body. It's still early for breakfast, so why don't you practice? As the saying goes, work is for the villa, but the body is for the individual. You must take care of your body. Please add it to your collection, thank you. -1. Chapter 161. He Tianshu was only joking. If he were to give the secret manual to Zhong Xiaohua, what would he learn? With Zhong Xiaohua's half-baked level, how would he be able to understand the profound, ethereal steps? If he were to give it to Zhong Xiaohua, he would not feel at ease. He Tianshu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was tactful and said, It's not that I don't want to practice, but I have already finished comprehending the contents of the past few days. If I were to continue, there would only be leftovers. I might as well take a look at the back. Moreover, speaking up to this point, he rolled his eyes and grumbled, If I were to practice the footwork in front of you, I'm afraid it would hurt my confidence. Zhong Xiaohua did not understand and tugged at He Tianshu's sleeves, angrily saying, Captain He, How can you say that? I am wholeheartedly trying to learn from you. If you don't explain clearly, I will go to the manor lord and sue you for slander. He Tianshu smiled and said, Zhong Xiaohua, I really cannot see through you. If you are smart, then you can't even learn the basic Arhat fist. You can't even sense the chi in a simple internal cultivation method like the frenzied bull's strength. It can be said that you are not cut out for martial arts. But if I were to say that you are stupid, look at your horse stance and the ethereal steps you learned. I don't even know what to say and can only describe you as a genius. Zhong Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Captain, he thinks too highly of me. The footwork just now did not use any internal energy. Isn't it just a coincidence that I don't have any internal energy? He Tianshu pretended to disagree and said, That's not true, that's not true. The footwork that I was practicing just now was actually something that I had comprehended for many days. The profoundness of the ethereal steps is very great and every step is very particular. It's not something that can be casually memorized and used. I had to carefully ponder over many details before I was able to learn it. How could I be like you? Just by watching me use it a few times and being able to imitate it and learn it with a bit of practice. Just this perception alone is enough to make me envious. Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. He had only just seen a shadow of the martial arts palace and had no idea about the structure inside. What right did he have to speak? He Tianshu scratched the short beard under his chin and said thoughtfully, Actually, what that Li Jinfeng young master said makes sense. With your smart brain, you should still study literature. Right now, your hand is not very good, and I don't know when it will recover. The chances of you making a name for yourself in martial arts are not high. Right now, your fist techniques are already able to protect yourself. Switching to writing is also a very good path for you. Zhong Xiaohua shook her head like a rattledrum and said, Being literate and well-read, of course I'm willing, I also like it. However, I prefer the carefree feeling of brandishing a stick. As the ancients say, 10 steps kill one person, 1,000 li do not leave a trace. Just thinking about it makes me feel relaxed and happy. This is the realm I'm pursuing. He Tianshu shook his head and said, How can it be as easy as you think? In this world, things are often easy to think about, but difficult to do. The days in the Jianghu are filled with foul winds and bloody rain. You've only just seen a corner of the harmonious world. It's not too much to say that you're looking at a leopard through a tube. Practice is the only way to test the truth. Only when you walk on your own will you know the hardships. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she immediately thought of her second brother's situation. She couldn't help but feel touched and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked out of the forest one after the other. When they reached the small courtyard, He Tianshu said to Zhong Xiaohua, That's right, Zhong Xiaohua, Nai Xiaoer and the rest have been cooped up in the medicine hall these few days to prepare for the martial arts exhibition. As for me, I also want to comprehend the ethereal steps and work in the medicine fields. He Tianshu's words were a little forced. Oyu Yang had already clearly instructed that if Zhong Xiaohua was willing to work in the fields, then she could do so. If she didn't want to, then it was up to her. During this period of time, Zhong Xiaohua didn't slack off and spent a lot of time in the medicine fields. But that was because He Tianshu and the rest of the people from the medicine hall were all there. Now that they had something to do, they pushed all the work to Zhong Xiaohua. This made He Tianshu feel a little ashamed. Zhong Xiaohua didn't think too much about it and said, It's all right, Captain He. You guys go ahead. I'll take care of all the work in the fields. Just as she finished speaking, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation of cultivating in the medicine fields at night and immediately added, How about this, Captain He? I'll just set up a shed in the medicine fields and stay there at night. These were Zhong Xiaohua's heartfelt words, but in He Tianshu's ears, it naturally had a different meaning. He widened his eyes and said, Zhong Xiaohua, you don't have to exaggerate like that. I'll also go to the medicine fields when I have time. Don't think too much about it. This martial arts exhibition is an important test that every disciple of the Misty School has to face every year. It's very important for their future development. Nai Xiaoer and the others aren't really slacking off, they just can't let go of that side. The current Zhong Xiaohua was already mentally mature. How could she not understand He Tianshu's meaning? She hurriedly said, "Captain I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. When the crops at our Guozhuang house are ripe, we set up straw huts next to the fields to take care of the crops. This is a custom. I don't have any intention of slacking off at all." He Tianshu had never done farm work before, so he naturally didn't know. However, he also believed that with Zhong Xiaohua's character, she wouldn't do something that would undermine him. He could only wave his hand and say, "Do as you see fit. Anyways, I think that what you're doing is a bit exaggerated." The two of them went their separate ways and returned to their respective houses. That morning, it was a very cloudy day and the sun couldn't be seen. However, this didn't affect Zhong Xiaohua's good mood at all. To be honest, there wasn't much work to be done in the medicinal field. It was just weeding, watering, and getting rid of insects. She didn't know what was going on in the medicinal field. There weren't too many insects, but the weeds were growing like crazy. It was different from the farmland at the Guozhuang house. If it wasn't cleaned up for a day, a lot of weeds would grow. However, these tasks were enough for Zhong Xiaohua to do alone. Sometimes, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder if the pharmaceutical hall put so many people in the medicinal field because there were too many people in the Misty school. The cost was also high, so they put a few people to be raised in the Huanxi manor. Zhong Xiaohua easily finished the work and started to practice his worry-free heart sutra. This medicinal field was a good place. Not only could he easily sense qi and draw it into his body, but this place was also a restricted area in the Huanxi manor. Ordinary guards and servants were not allowed to come close. Otherwise, Zhong Xiaohua, who had been meditating in the medicinal field for the whole night, would have been discovered by the patrolling guards. Zhong Xiaohua was also very relaxed in drawing qi into his body. However, when the qi disappeared into his body, Zhong Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. It seemed like he was touched by something. However, when he thought about it again, there was no trace of it. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What was going on these 2 days? He was always startled and felt like he had thought of something, but he didn't know what it was. It was really puzzling. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly thought of another matter. He had to talk to Manor Head Oyu about the matter of building a shed. If he didn't agree, how could he make the decision on his own? Wouldn't that become an illegal building? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua stopped cultivating. He stood up and quickly walked into the inner courtyard. Zhong Xiaohua was currently the manor head's favorite. This fact was known by everyone in the inner courtyard. This was because Zhong Xiaohua didn't need to report when he entered the inner courtyard. As long as the manor head was in the hall, he could be brought in by someone. However, very few of them knew the inside story. However, this didn't affect their good impression of Zhong Xiaohua. Choju brought Zhong Xiaohua into the inner courtyard. As she walked, she was blushing and secretly peeking at Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was also puzzled as he walked. Didn't he secretly wipe his face? He thought to himself, could it be that I didn't wash my face properly just now? This guy had forgotten that it was his first time in the inner courtyard and he had casually done a good deed in the autumn chrysanthemum courtyard. When he entered the hall, Oyu Yang and Elder Yu were sitting inside and discussing something. When Oyu Yang saw Zhong Xiaohua enter, she was very enthusiastic and asked, "Xiaohua, why are you looking for me today?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm free today, so I came to see big sister Oyu." Oyu Yang said, "Who would believe you? Do you think I don't know what's going on in the medicinal field? Right now, Nai Xiaoer and the others are practicing martial arts in the medicinal field. They don't have any extra energy to spare here. With your personality, you won't let go and must be busy in the medicinal field. Where would you find the time to spare?" Zhong Xiaohua chuckled. She didn't seem to realize that her lie had been exposed. She cupped her hands and said, "Big sister Oyu's eyes are indeed as bright as torches. You can even see through my little thoughts." Elder Yu also smiled and said, "Zhong Xiaohua, when you first came, you were so simple. It's only been a few days and you've already learned how to be glib." Zhong Xiaohua blushed slightly and said, "Elder Yu, look at what you're saying. I'm showing my maturity." Oyu Yang said, "Forget it, don't hang out with Ma Jing and the others in the future. They're all unreliable. Oh right, what's the matter? Zhong Xiaohua said seriously, it's like this, big sister OU. Didn't you just say that there's not enough manpower in the medicinal field? I thought that since I have nothing to do, why don't I set up a shed next to the medicinal field at night and take it as watching over the crops? What do you think? Elder Yu and OU Yang looked at each other and felt that it was strange. OU Yang asked, Zhong Xiaohua, I know that you're wholeheartedly devoted to the manor. No matter how busy you are in the medicinal field, you don't have to work through the night. You're exaggerating. Elder Yu also shook his head. Zhong Xiaohua explained in a low voice, Big sister OU, it's like this. In our village, during the summer or autumn harvest, we also set up a straw shed in the field. On one hand, it's to watch over the crops. On the other hand, it's also to work nearby. I'm also a little homesick, so I thought of this idea. OU Yang's expression softened and said, Zhong Xiaohua, how long have you been out? Zhong Xiaohua said without hesitation, 1 year and 4 months. OU Yang said, Ian, how can a young child like you not be homesick after such a long time? How about this, I'll give you some time off to go home and take a look, okay? Really? Zhong Xiaohua stood up in surprise and asked, then, will you deduct my monthly salary? OU Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, no, just take it as a paid annual leave. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, that's great, it'll be best if big sister OU sends me to Lu Town on official business. OU Yang asked curiously, why is that? Zhong Xiaohua smiled slyly and said, isn't there still a subsidy? Elder Yu rubbed his forehead with his only arm, his face full of helplessness. He had entrusted his sword skills to the wrong person. OU Yang said, okay, I'll let you go to Lu Town on official business. You don't have to build that straw shed anymore. Zhong Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, I still can't, big sister OU. Captain He and the others are busy now, and there's no one in the medicinal field, so I don't feel at ease leaving. Moreover, it's not good for me to go home alone. I have to go with my second brother, but he just entered the Misty school and it's very inappropriate for him to take leave now. Lastly, I still have something to ask big sister OU. I'm afraid that I won't have time to go back during this period. OU Yang was stunned and said, what else do you have to say? Why don't you say it together? Zhong Xiaohua said, I'll wait for big sister OU to agree to the first thing first, then I'll talk about the rest. OU Yang giggled as if she was looking at her naughty little brother and said, okay, building a shed isn't a big deal, so I'll agree. However, the weather is still cold now, so don't catch a cold at night. Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, thank you, big sister OU. OU Yang smiled and said, why aren't you talking about the other thing? Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly said, big sister OU, the Misty School is holding a martial arts exhibition right now. I heard from Captain He that when he was young, he seemed to have seen people from Huanxi Mountain Villa participate in it. I want to ask if our Huanxi Mountain Villa can also participate in this martial arts exhibition. OU Yang was stunned when she heard this and said, yes, not only can our Huanxi Mountain Villa participate, even the Lotus Escort Agency can participate. When I was young, I also participated with the representatives of Huanxi Mountain Villa. But when Zhong Xiaohua heard that she could participate, she was overjoyed and said, it's great that we can participate. Big sister OU, I want to participate in this martial arts exhibition. Is it possible? When she said this, not only was OU Yang puzzled, even Elder Yu was also puzzled. Elder Yu asked, Zhong Xiaohua, this martial arts exhibition is a competition of martial arts. Are your martial arts very good? Even if you have killed the black-clothed man with a high level of martial arts, you can't use that kind of sword technique against the ethereal sex brothers. Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Yu, look at what you're saying. How can I not know about this matter? I definitely won't use sword moves in the martial arts exhibition. Elder Yu said, if you don't use sword moves, what will you use? Do you know anything else? Zhong Xiaohua said innocently, Elder Yu, haven't you seen me fight before? I also know a set of fist moves. Elder Yu found it funny, but he didn't have the heart to discourage her and only said, I've seen your incomplete set of fist moves pieced together. It looks ordinary. Ouyang Yang, who was at the side, kindly reminded her, Zhong Xiaohua, it's not that I don't want you to participate in the martial arts exhibition, but it has been a long time since someone from our villa participated. Moreover, our participation in the martial arts exhibition is different from the disciples from the Misty School. They participate in the martial arts exhibition in order to advance and obtain new martial arts and high-level fist moves to learn. Our villa's representative is purely here to exchange martial arts. If you win, it will be glorious, but there won't be any benefits. If you lose, then your face will be swept to the ground. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she naturally understood and said, I know, big sister Ou. I only want to exchange pointers with others for fun, not for any benefits. You also know my aptitude. I can't sense any chi at all when cultivating internal energy. Even if I know a set of fist moves, I don't have the extravagant hope of winning. When Ouyang Yang heard this, she still said, but Zhong Xiaohua, you have to know that if you participate in the martial arts exhibition, because you aren't a disciple from the Misty School, you can only compete with the first disciple. If, before Ouyang Yang finished speaking, Zhong Xiaohua interrupted, I know, big sister Ou. I'm not a beginner, so it's fine if I lose to anyone. When Ouyang Yang heard this, she said, all right then. Since you know and are willing to participate, I'll find someone to ask about the rules. After all, our Huanxi Villa hasn't sent a representative to participate in the martial arts exhibition for a long time, so I don't know the rules. However, Zhong Xiaohua, your spirit of facing difficulties is commendable, so I can't not help you. At this moment, Elder Yu asked softly, Zhong Xiaohua, you said that you can't sense qi when cultivating internal energy. What kind of internal energy cultivation method are you cultivating? Who taught you? When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she took out the reckless bull force and handed it to Elder Yu. She then told him about how Zhong Xiaohua had helped her obtain this internal energy cultivation method. Elder Yu took the reckless bull's force manual and read it carefully before handing it back to Zhong Xiaohua. He gestured for Zhong Xiaohua to keep it properly and said with a chuckle, I knew it. I heard that you were lucky and obtained this supreme Neigong Heart Sutra. I thought that you really managed to cultivate Neigong Heart Sutra from it. So it turns out that you're cultivating this book. Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't say anything. On the other hand, Ouyang Yang was also a smart person. She immediately thought of something and asked, Zhong Xiaohua, tell me the truth. Did you really set up the shed next to the medicinal field so that you could work for a long time? Zhong Xiaohua opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Was she really supposed to say that she was there so that she could absorb qi into her body? At this moment, Elder Yu spoke in a very friendly manner, Zhong Xiaohua, did you not sense qi when cultivating this reckless bull force? Zhong Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Elder Yu asked again, then did you ask He Tianshu for help? He advised you to try it more often, or to try it out in an open area at night. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he was secretly delighted. It seemed that Elder Yu had misunderstood him. However, he couldn't find a reason to push the blame to He Tianshu. After all, He Tianshu was his cheap master. It was better for him to die than for him to die. This was far from death. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua still nodded her head. Elder Yu sighed and said, Zhong Xiaohua, I've been paying attention to you ever since you started practicing martial arts. I know that you're a resilient child who can endure hardships and isn't afraid of hardships. That's why I've been treating you differently. However, the path of martial arts is all about comprehension. Many times, hard work won't be able to make up for your lack of talent. I really admire you for having the thought to set up a shed in the medicinal field so that you can focus on sensing qi in the middle of the night. When I was young, I didn't even put in as much effort as you. However, Zhong Xiaohua, if it's meant to be, then it will be. If it's not meant to be, then don't force it. There are many things that you have to be open-minded about. Elder Yu's consecutive but made Zhong Xiaohua's expression change. -1. Chapter 162. Seeing the change in Zhong Xiaohua's expression, Elder Yu also felt that his words were a bit harsh, as if he had struck a blow to this diligent country boy's heart. He rephrased his words slightly and continued, I've also seen you practice the fist technique. Your comprehension is extremely poor, so you can't learn the entire set of fist techniques. However, this is also fine. It doesn't affect you much if you don't know how. However, this internal cultivation method is different. It's purely a matter of life and death. If you're not careful and go crazy, you'll be seriously injured and your life will be in danger. This reckless bull force is a good thing. It's easy to understand and is very suitable for you. However, I still have to remind you that if you try many times and still can't sense chi, then don't go down a dead end. It's better to give up and take a step back. You can also try external martial arts. It's also very good. After listening for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua finally understood that Elder Yu was still concerned about him and didn't treat him as an outsider. Zhong Xiaohua was very grateful and said to Elder Yu, "Elder Yu, I understand your good intentions, but there's a hidden meaning behind the straw shed. These few days, Captain he has also told me a lot of things to take note of. I will be careful. Right now, I'm just looking for a sense of chi. I haven't circulated my chi yet, so there won't be any big problems. Elder Yu, don't worry. Don't worry." Then he turned to Oyu Yang and said, "Sister Oyu, the main purpose of building the straw shed is to look at the medicinal field. Practicing martial arts is also secondary." Oyu Yang saw that he was so considerate and didn't blame him. She said, "It's okay, Zhong Xiaohua. Even if you want to practice martial arts, sister is willing to support you. However, it's better to be careful. Don't practice at night without caring about your life just to win the martial arts competition." Zhong Xiaohua bowed and said, "I understand, Sister Oyu." Oyu Yang asked again, "Then how do you build the straw shed? Do you need help from the people in the village?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "No need. I've been building straw sheds since I was young. I don't need anyone's help. I can finish it in an afternoon." Oyu Yang smiled and said, "Then you can go and get whatever materials you need from the warehouse." Zhong Xiaohua was overjoyed when she got the confirmation. She took her leave and rushed to the warehouse to get her things. When Zhong Xiaohua was young, she often built thatched huts in the fields with her father and elder brother. Naturally, she was familiar with them. Moreover, it was just to block the dew. It was not exquisite, so it was even easier. Zhong Xiaohua finished it in an afternoon. Moreover, because he hadn't done any heavy work for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to feel that his strength had increased a lot when he picked up the wood in the afternoon. He could pick up a lot of thick and heavy wood with one hand. Zhong Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Could it be that this strength would continue to increase as she aged? He didn't know how much strength he had now. In addition, when Zhong Xiaohua was laying the straw and tying the rope, she could clearly feel that the fingers on her right hand were more flexible. It seemed that the injury on her bones had already healed. Happy things happened one after another. It was really Zhong Xiaohua's happy life. The straw shed was built next to the medicinal field. It was lonely and looked very out of place. However, other than Zhong Xiaohua, no one else came to see it. Who would have any objections? For the whole day, Zhong Xiaohua didn't see He Tianshu. She guessed that he was pulling his hair in his room to comprehend. Hopefully, he wouldn't be bald early when he came out. Dusk arrived as promised. Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the straw shed. He faced the setting sun in the west. It dyed the clouds in the distance red and was incomparably gorgeous. He looked at it silently and felt very emotional. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful. It was just that dusk was approaching. The beautiful scenery in front of him only attracted Zhong Xiaohua's attention for a moment. Immediately, he closed his eyes and started to circulate the qi according to the Carefree Heart Sutra. The qi of vitality was still the same. There wasn't a lot. It flowed down bit by bit. Zhong Xiaohua was not in a hurry and only guided it slowly. After a while, Zhong Xiaohua's body seemed to have become a magnet, automatically absorbing the qi of vitality. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua had more time to appreciate the qi of vitality that was introduced into his body. The qi of vitality in one's pores was so subtle that Zhong Xiaohua still didn't get anything. The Carefree Heart Sutra also didn't talk about how to sense the qi of vitality that entered the body. It only talked about how to move the qi of vitality that entered the body. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua naturally didn't know how to do it. After pondering for a long time without any results, Zhong Xiaohua was a little impatient. His thoughts were a little broken. He thought about the difference between the spirit of the bull and the carefree heart sutra. Just as he was thinking, an idea suddenly appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. It lit up him like lightning. He remembered that He Tianshu had said that the feeling of qi of internal strength was not really a warm current flowing in from the forehead at the beginning. The warm current in the meridians was generated by the thoughts of the practitioner. Then, although he couldn't sense the qi of vitality in his pores, could he still think about it? At this time, Zhong Xiaohua finally understood. He always felt that something important in his mind these days, but he couldn't find a clue. It turned out that it was here. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise Zhong Xiaohua. Most of the things in the world were impermanent. Just like the paths on the land, they were originally insignificant. However, after many people walked on them, they naturally became roads. The Heart Sutra didn't talk about how to sense the traceless qi of vitality, but Zhong Xiaohua borrowed the idea of using the idea to promote the cultivation of qi of vitality. He really could be called a genius. However, if this kind of genius fell into the eyes of an internal strength master, he would definitely scoff and shake his head secretly. There was only one comment: the ignorant are fearless. With a plan in mind, Zhong Xiaohua began to experiment. He imagined that his pores were filled with qi of vitality. According to the Heart Sutra, he absorbed them into the meridians in his body. Then, according to the Heart Sutra, he still followed the Heart Sutra in his mind and circulated the invisible qi of vitality along the meridians in his body. After one cycle of circulation, it returned to the middle dantian. Zhong Xiaohua didn't continue to circulate his internal strength. Instead, he first sensed his own body and didn't find anything strange. This meant that although he didn't know if the Heart Sutra was effective, at least there was no harm. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua continued to circulate his internal strength. After 36 cycles, he stopped. When he opened his eyes, it was already night. Thinking that he hadn't practiced his fist technique and sword moves yet, Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the straw hut. The sky outside was dark again, and there were no moon or stars. Taking advantage of the night, Zhong Xiaohua practiced his sword moves and Big Dipper fist. When the cold current flowed through his body, Zhong Xiaohua felt incomparably comfortable. After ending the fist technique, Zhong Xiaohua discovered a new problem. In the past, he always thought that the flow of the fist technique was in his meridians, but today, he just thought about the flow of qi of vitality. This was the meridians recorded in the Heart Sutra, so it should be the real meridians. These meridians were different from the meridians involved in the fist technique. Why was that? Moreover, the sword moves that Elder Yu taught him could also cause a warm current to flow through his left hand. This warm current didn't flow through his entire body, only his left arm. Perhaps it was a part of his meridians, but it wasn't recorded in the Heart Sutra, so why was that? In order to find out the reason, Zhong Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper fist a few more times, carefully feeling the flow of the energy. When Zhong Xiaohua stopped and looked back, he suddenly realized that the flow of the Big Dipper fist didn't seem to flow through the meridians in his body. Or more accurately, the flow actually flowed through all the bones in Zhong Xiaohua's body. The 108 fist techniques, each move would cause the flow of energy to flow through a bone. When the fist technique was finished, it would flow through all 108 bones in his body. Zhong Xiaohua's brain couldn't process it. The fist technique that he pieced together had such an effect. What was this fist technique doing? Could it be that it was tempering his bones? This was a question that had no answer. No one could answer him. Zhong Xiaohua touched his smooth chin and stopped thinking. He knew that there was no one he could ask, so why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Someone once said, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Then, why should he make things difficult for himself? Since he didn't want to make things difficult for himself, the warm current caused by the sword move came even more abruptly. It wasn't within the scope of Zhong Xiaohua's consideration. Zhong Xiaohua returned to the straw hut with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Uneasy. How could that be? This was the Big Dipper fist technique that he personally named. He didn't feel any discomfort after practicing it for so long, so what was there to be afraid of? Wild with joy. That was a bit true. He Tianshu and Elder Yu both wanted to persuade him to give up on cultivating inner force skills and change to outer force skills. This bone tempering technique was probably one of the outer force skills, so there was nothing to be proud of or happy about. Secretly happy? Haha, that was for sure. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the heroes that were mentioned in some wuxia novels. Those who were able to achieve great things and stand out from the crowd all had their own unique ways. One of them was to cultivate both inner and outer force. Didn't he Tianshu also say that one should cultivate inner force and outer force muscles, bones, and skin? If he used the Big Dipper fist technique to cultivate his muscles, bones, and skin, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to cultivate inner force, wasn't he walking towards the path of a hero? The more Zhong Xiaohua thought about it, the more beautiful it became. His little tail slowly began to curl up. However, when he sat on the ground in the straw hut, the coldness of the ground beat his tail back, and also pulled Zhong Xiaohua out of his dream of being a hero. Putting aside whether his understanding was correct, just the feeling of qi that he had just obtained, there was still no trace of inner force. What was the use of thinking so much? 10,000 years was too long. He could only seize every moment. It was better for him to do his part well first before anything else. Zhong Xiaohua lit the oil lamp in the straw hut, picked up a book, and read it with relish. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down one's body. If he could learn a little more, he would have a little more capital to make a living. If he didn't have great achievements in martial arts, all kinds of medicinal herbs could let him live a comfortable life without worrying about not being able to eat red braised pork. This was Zhong Xiaohua's lofty dream. After reading for a long time, Zhong Xiaohua reluctantly closed the book. Knowledge was the best spiritual food for human beings. Zhong Xiaohua's heart was sad. But his body's intuition clearly told him that the time was not early. It was almost midnight. You should close the book and prepare to rest. Zhong Xiaohua had to pack up his things and blow out the oil lamp. It must be said that this person was strange. Zhong Xiaohua had always been in the Guozhuang house and slept very early. He didn't know that he had to sleep at midnight, so he didn't think much of it. After coming out, after a few times, he knew. His body naturally had a kind of adaptability. When it was almost time, he would have a kind of intuition. Although he didn't watch the night people knock on the clappers and announce the time, he still knew. After packing up everything, Zhong Xiaohua walked to the middle of the straw hut and sat cross-legged. He faced the sky and took in the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. Not long after, he entered the realm of emptiness and began his routine of drawing qi into his body. When Zhong Xiaohua woke up in the morning, he didn't immediately get up. Instead, he calmed his heart and moved the yuan qi in his pores. After circulating the yuan qi in his body's meridians for 36 cycles, he stood up and went outside the straw hut to practice his fist and sword techniques. During the day, there was only Zhong Xiaohua in the herb field. He Tianshu still didn't appear. However, Zhong Xiaohua found that the annoying weeds in the herb field seemed to be less than usual. This made Zhong Xiaohua feel very gratified. Heaven rewards the diligent. This heaven also saw that he was taking care of the herb field by himself and specially let the weeds go away to give him more time to practice martial arts. Involuntarily, Zhong Xiaohua had a trace of anticipation for the upcoming martial arts exhibition. Qinggong and footwork should be practiced in the forest. Zhong Xiaohua could only leave the herb field. On the way to the forest, Zhong Xiaohua met Ma Jing and Liu Er. When Ma Jing saw Zhong Xiaohua, he greeted him from afar and ran straight over. He wanted to grab Zhong Xiaohua's hand. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was very agile. He immediately moved aside a little and cupped his hands. "Brother Ma, long time no see. How is everything?" Ma Jing's hand was suspended in the air. There was no embarrassment on his face. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Zhong Xiaohua, how are you?" Then, he winked at him with a look of understanding. He said in a low voice, "Zhong Xiaohua, you're really something. When I saw you go to captain his place, I thought you were just lucky. Now I know that you have real talent. Brother really admires you." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he was happy and said, "That's right. Isn't this all thanks to Brother Ma's influence? If it wasn't for your help, how could I have grown so quickly?" Ma Jing smiled until his eyes were squinted. He enjoyed it very much. He glanced at Liu Er from the corner of his eyes and said, "This is also inseparable from your talent. Look, this old brother of mine, Liu Er, has been with me for so long. Why is he still not enlightened? Oh right, Zhong Xiaohua, if you have any riches in the future, you must think of us brothers. After all, I lived with you before." When Zhong Xiaohua thought about the past, he couldn't help but have goosebumps. He quickly said, "Of course, of course." Ma Jing got a promise and smiled charmingly. "I'll remember this. When you have power, I'll have the capital to show off. Maybe I can also write a book called The Story of Zhong Xiaohua and Me." Zhong Xiaohua was taken aback and quickly advised, "Brother Ma, we've only lived in the same house for such a short period of time. How much can you remember about me? Besides, is there so much content for you to write a book?" Ma Jing waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. If I can make money, what can't I write?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Ma Jing cupped his hands and said goodbye to him. "Okay, let's not talk about anything else. You should focus on improving. Everything can wait until you have achievements." Zhong Xiaohua smiled and nodded. "That's right. Brother Ma is right. Everything depends on real talent to achieve success. I'll definitely work hard." Ma Jing smiled and waved his hand to leave. Liu Er, who was beside him, smiled at Zhong Xiaohua and chased after him. But after just 2 steps, Ma Jing turned back and called, "Zhong Xiaohua." Zhong Xiaohua could only stop and turn back to ask, "Brother Ma, is there anything else?" Ma Jing looked at Zhong Xiaohua with great respect and said, "Zhong Xiaohua, your action of building a straw shed in the medicine field was really wonderful. This flattery is really good. It's exactly what our village head wants. Today, the servants who are united around Brother Shi are all talking about you. This big brother is full of admiration. How did you come up with such a wonderful idea? This kind of real talent, this big brother can't even catch up with a horse." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Ma Jing didn't care about Zhong Xiaohua's reaction and turned to leave. As he walked, he muttered, "I have to hurry to the warehouse. Don't let Brother Shi and the others take the lead." Zhong Xiaohua looked at Ma Jing's back as he left. He didn't know what to say. Even if he didn't mean it, the listener would understand. Although he didn't say anything, what he did made people misunderstand a lot. Thinking about how this wasn't the ancient people's heart, then thinking about his second brother's experience in the Misty School, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was in turmoil. However, he suddenly burst out laughing. After today, wouldn't there be a lot of straw sheds next to the medicine field that Ma Jing and the others were in charge of? That scene would be spectacular. But what did this have to do with him? The ancients didn't say that, okay? Walk your own path and let others say what they want. A gentleman should be magnanimous. In any case, he had a clear conscience. How others saw him was their business. In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to understand Zhong Xiaohua's intentions. There was a distance from the medicine field to the forest, so it was inevitable that he would pass by the small courtyard. In a hurry, many servants came to meet him. They all gave him a thumbs up. Zhong Xiaohua found it funny and didn't say anything. Looking at the direction that those people were heading, they were the same as Ma Jing. It seemed that today's warehouse would be lively. The forest was still so quiet. The moment Zhong Xiaohua stepped in, he immediately felt a sense of peace. He gently pursed his lips and smiled. This was the atmosphere that he liked. In his mind, he recalled the Qigong skills and ethereal steps that He Tianshu had taught him. Zhong Xiaohua took a deep breath and exerted force on his right foot. His body shot forward like an arrow, like a butterfly flying freely in the forest. "Please add it to your collection, thank you." -1. Chapter 163. The forest was still the same and there was no one else around. However, Zhong Xiaohua was no longer the Zhong Xiaohua of the past. Once he entered the forest, he felt confident. He steadied himself and took a deep breath. Following He Tianshu's instructions, he practiced Qigong in the gaps of the forest to his heart's content. There were many types of Qigong in the pugilistic world. The simplest was a light body technique that allowed one's body to be nimble and move at superhuman speeds. The more profound ones were specialized breathing methods and internal energy circulation methods. The ethereal steps imparted a person's potential beyond these. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua was already very familiar with the ethereal steps technique and was very proficient in it. Unfortunately, he had never learned Qigong before. Not to mention that there was a profound cultivation method that could match it, he had not even glimpsed the simple Qigong technique. What he was practicing now was the simple Qigong technique that He Tianshu had taught him last time. He Tianshu's Qigong technique was a secret of the ethereal sect and naturally could not be taught to him. He Tianshu did not know if Zhong Xiaohua knew other Qigong techniques. In short, he did not teach Zhong Xiaohua any of them. However, with just a little understanding of Qigong, Zhong Xiaohua was able to freely shuttle through the forest like a butterfly fluttering among the flowers. His body was incomparably ethereal, giving off an ethereal feeling. It was just that his slightly rough clothes dragged him down to the mundane world. After practicing for a while, Zhong Xiaohua was a little dispirited. What he was practicing was only moving through the gaps of the forest. Although it was swift, it could not leave the ground and could not move about at high altitudes. It was fundamentally different from Qigong, so how could it pique his interest? Following that, Zhong Xiaohua familiarized himself with the second level of the Misty School's footwork and stopped. Although the footwork was profound, it was only recently comprehended by He Tianshu. Zhong Xiaohua had just warmed up and had already finished practicing it. There was no further explanation, which made Zhong Xiaohua unable to stop himself. He pondered for a moment before walking out of the forest and towards the small courtyard. As he walked, he wondered how much Captain he had comprehended. He Tianshu's room was half closed. When Zhong Xiaohua poked his head out to take a look, He Tianshu was still in the same position with a piece of paper in his hand, sleeping on the table. The entire room was filled with the smell of oil. Captain, he must have forgotten to eat and sleep again last night. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes darted around. He tiptoed in front of the table and carefully pulled out the few pieces of paper from He Tianshu's hands. But just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to move, he heard He Tianshu's angry roar, "Who is it?" Then, without opening his eyes, He Tianshu turned around and threw a punch at Zhong Xiaohua's face with his left hand. Zhong Xiaohua didn't want to wake He Tianshu up, so he was very careful. That roar scared him, and before he could make a sound, he saw a fist coming from afar. It was getting bigger and bigger, and a strong gust of wind blew towards him. Without thinking, Zhong Xiaohua quickly let go of the pages and stepped back, but the fist was still chasing after him. Zhong Xiaohua had no choice. He moved his feet and dodged He Tianshu's fist. At that moment, Zhong Xiaohua had the chance to shout, "Captain it's me." He Tianshu's fist missed. He was about to bend his arm and strike with his elbow when he heard the familiar voice. He quickly stopped and opened his hazy eyes. He said in surprise, "Zhong Xiaohua? Why are you here?" Zhong Xiaohua stood far away and said embarrassedly, "Of course it's me, Captain He." He Tianshu rubbed his eyes and yawned. He said, "When did you come in? Why didn't I hear any footsteps?" Zhong Xiaohua walked up and said with a smile, "You were sleeping soundly, how could you hear me?" He Tianshu frowned and said, "How is that possible? Do you think that all inner force experts are like you, sleeping more deeply than anyone else and not waking up no matter how you call them? When I'm sleeping, I can feel it if someone comes within 3 feet of me." He Tianshu's mouth twitched a few times, and he said embarrassedly, "But I watched for the entire night and didn't stop in the morning. Maybe I'm too tired." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, "Oh right, Zhong Xiaohua, you were able to dodge my fist just now. Did you use ethereal steps?" Zhong Xiaohua also seemed to have come to a realization as she said happily, "That's right, Captain He. I think so. When you hit me just now, I was also shocked. I didn't know how I dodged it." Now that I think about it, it must be that ethereal steps. He Tianshu's eyes curved as he said excitedly, this ethereal steps is indeed worthy of its reputation. With your standard, you were actually able to dodge my fist. No one would dare to believe it. Ha ha ha, I must comprehend this ethereal steps to the end. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she was also happy. She asked excitedly, Captain He, how much have you comprehended? Hurry up and teach me. Hearing this, He Tianshu's smile froze on his face as he said angrily, Zhong Xiaohua, do you think this is Arhat Fist? This is one of the 3 divine skills of the Misty School. I've already comprehended enough in the past few days. If you want me to completely master it in a few days and teach it to you, that's not very possible. You only know how to eat ready-made food. Why don't you take a look for yourself? How difficult is this footwork? I've been reading it since yesterday and haven't comprehended much. After saying that, he was about to pass the pages in his hand to Zhong Xiaohua. However, halfway through, he retracted it and muttered to himself, I've only just finished reading half of it. I'm not giving it to you. Then, he pointed to a page on the bed and said, that one over there, take a look for yourself. How could Zhong Xiaohua want to read it himself? Having someone teach him was a very blissful thing. He didn't want to do it himself. However, seeing that He Tianshu was a little angry, he could only walk over and take the page in his hand. He pretended to read it and said, all right, Captain He, I'll read it too. Let's read it together. He Tianshu snorted and muttered, that's more like it. Look at my hard work too. Zhong Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, all right, I'll learn from Captain He. I'll pay my respects to Captain He. The page was filled with dense footprints and some inexplicable numbers were written on it. There were also some tiny words beside it. Zhong Xiaohua was confused. How could he understand it? What should he do? He Tianshu looked at his embarrassed face and was overjoyed. He said, first, look at the words beside it. Then, according to the explanation, look at the footprints. Those footprints are where you need to go and those numbers are the order of your steps. Only then did Zhong Xiaohua understand. He slowly read through it. In the beginning, he couldn't quite understand it, but once he combined it with the footprints, he slowly understood that this page was the second level of the ethereal steps cultivation technique. It was what He Tianshu had just comprehended. As Zhong Xiaohua read, a small figure appeared in his mind. It was practicing the ethereal steps according to the records on the page and Zhong Xiaohua's understanding. By the time Zhong Xiaohua finished reading the page, the figure had also finished demonstrating. It was basically the same as what He Tianshu had taught. There were only a few differences. These differences weren't the footwork but the figure. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know if it was a mistake in his understanding or something else. Hence, Zhong Xiaohua raised his head and asked, Team leader He Tianshu narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was a crucial moment in his comprehension. When he heard Zhong Xiaohua calling out to him, his brows couldn't help but knit even tighter. He said impatiently, what's the matter? Zhong Xiaohua originally wanted to ask, why is it that what you taught is different from what I saw? But when he saw He Tianshu's expression, it was obvious that he was impatient. He immediately swallowed his words and stammered, This seems to have just been learned. He Tianshu said, just take a look at it. Reviewing the old and learning the new is the true way to learn. Saying that, he took the page from Zhong Xiaohua's hands and looked at it carefully. He thought to himself, I really took the wrong one. This kid can actually understand it. He looked at Zhong Xiaohua with some surprise and took 2 pages from the other end of the table. After looking at it carefully, he handed it to Zhong Xiaohua and said, this is the 3rd level of the cultivation technique. Take a look. Oh right, go back to your room and read it. I want to be alone. Zhong Xiaohua took it and was about to turn around and leave. He Tianshu said with a bit of a smile, if you have any insights, don't forget to tell me. Zhong Xiaohua chuckled and didn't say anything. She closed the door and returned to her room. Behind her, He Tianshu curled his lips and shook his head. He muttered to himself, this kid is really impatient. He's not in charge and doesn't know how expensive rice and salt are. This secret manual can be comprehended in a few days. Just take a look and you'll know how difficult it is. After returning to her room, Zhong Xiaohua didn't waste any time. She sat on the Kang bed and started reading the page in her hand. She saw that it was clearly written on the page. It was a method to improve Qigong. Zhong Xiaohua felt a burst of excitement. Wasn't this the Qigong technique that she had been yearning for day and night? It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Suppressing her excitement, Zhong Xiaohua read it carefully. As she compared the pictures, she studied the words. After reading it carefully, Zhong Xiaohua's enthusiasm was doused with a bucket of cold water. The foundation of this Qigong technique was inner force. It was the way to control inner force. Without inner force, learning this Qigong technique was like trying to get a fish out of a tree. Zhong Xiaohua threw the 2 pages on the table in disappointment. She smacked her lips and thought that the core of martial arts was inner force. Qigong needed it. High-level fist techniques needed it. Even sword techniques needed it. It seemed like she had to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra first. When he stood up and picked up the pages, he recalled that the 3rd level of the Ethereal Steps mental cultivation method had 2 pages. He had yet to look at the 2nd page. However, he didn't harbor any hopes. If he couldn't even master the 1st page, how could he possibly master the 2nd page? The 2nd page was also written very clearly. It was the art of levitation. Levitation? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. What did that mean? Following that, Zhong Xiaohua smacked his forehead and laughed. The previous page talked about Qigong. The 2nd page was obviously about what happened after Qigong. It must be a continuation of the 1st page. However, this Qigong technique didn't allow one to levitate. Zhong Xiaohua didn't know that. Since the footwork technique was written like that, it should be possible. Zhong Xiaohua naturally thought so. However, after Zhong Xiaohua carefully studied it, she realized that her understanding was a little off. This levitation technique wasn't the continuation of Qigong. It was another Qigong technique. It was very different from Qigong. The Qigong technique talked about how to use inner force to circulate through the meridians in the body to achieve the effect of Qigong. Whereas the levitation technique talked about how to release the qi from the meridians. Through the control of releasing the qi, one could achieve the effect of levitation. However, no matter which Qigong technique it was, they all used inner force as the foundation. They were all not related to Zhong Xiaohua. However, no matter how extravagant the explanation in the manual was, no matter how thoroughly Zhong Xiaohua understood it, it was all just an illusion. Zhong Xiaohua then understood what the eldest disciple of the Misty school, Zhong Chengyu, had said when he passed the ethereal steps to her. This, ethereal steps, didn't have much to do with inner force. The first 2 levels were unrelated and didn't require any inner force. This was the beginning of using inner force for the 3rd level. Presumably, the next few levels of the mental cultivation method would also be driven by inner force. Zhong Xiaohua originally wanted to return these 2 pages to He Tianshu. However, she thought that he must still be racking his brains to understand the densely packed footwork technique. If she were to go now, wouldn't she be offending him? Moreover, she didn't know any inner force mental cultivation method. Perhaps He Tianshu wouldn't impart this Qigong technique to her. Although she didn't know it now, it didn't mean that she wouldn't know it in the future. Once she solved the problem of her yuan qi disappearing in her acupuncture points, wouldn't she be able to use her yuan qi? She should take this opportunity to comprehend these 2 Qigong techniques first. That was the most important thing. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua sat down with peace of mind and concentrated on comprehending. After an entire afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Zhong Xiaohua walked out of his little house. Zhong Xiaohua's face wasn't filled with joy. Instead, it was filled with puzzlement. After an entire afternoon of comprehending, he had basically memorized and comprehended these 2 techniques. If there was inner force in his body, Zhong Xiaohua had a lot of confidence that he would be able to use these 2 Qigong techniques. The reason why Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand was that no matter how he comprehended the first Qigong technique in his mind, he couldn't form a clear figure. Although he was very sure that he had really learned it, the second levitation technique was clearly displayed in his mind. Why was this? Since he comprehended the first technique first, Zhong Xiaohua spent more energy on the levitation technique. He comprehended it 3 times. When he was sure that he had learned it, he began to comprehend the second levitation technique. The comprehension of the levitation technique was far beyond Zhong Xiaohua's expectations. Perhaps it was because he had just comprehended the levitation technique. The comprehension of the levitation technique was unusually smooth. Only 2 times, Zhong Xiaohua had finished comprehending it. A clear figure appeared in his mind. Zhong Xiaohua could see how the aura in the meridians was released and how to control it from this figure. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua remembered that the levitation technique hadn't shown the figure yet. So he turned back to look at the levitation technique. But this time, no matter how he comprehended it, the figure of the levitation technique didn't appear. Until the sky was dark, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to give up. Maybe he comprehended it wrongly somewhere, Zhong Xiaohua thought. During dinner, Zhong Xiaohua was still full of thoughts. He didn't notice the expressions of respect on the other tables. Moreover, his appetite wasn't very good. When he had just arrived at the villa, he had just finished practicing the fist technique and would eat a lot. Moreover, Zhong Xiaohua was now growing. Every time he ate, he would be the first to arrive and the last to leave. Most of the time, he would be laughed at by the servants. But recently, Zhong Xiaohua obviously didn't eat as much as before. This seemed to be a little abnormal. After all, he was still practicing martial arts very hard. The amount of exercise was also large. He should be able to eat more than before. Perhaps it was haggard because of young Zhong Xiaohua's troubles? Hometown water, nostalgia? The servants at the side whispered and discussed endlessly. They seemed to have found a new topic. Zhong Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to this. He mechanically ate a few mouthfuls of rice and a few chopsticks of food before hurrying out. Only his back was left for others to laugh at. After leaving the small courtyard, Zhong Xiaohua didn't go to the forest. He directly returned to the grass shed in the medicine field. When he passed by the other medicine fields, Zhong Xiaohua paid special attention. It wasn't full of grass sheds as he had imagined. It seemed that the other servants' desire to show off had been cast into the darkness. At night, Zhong Xiaohua was still doing his homework in the grass shed. Just as he was thinking about the circulation of internal energy in his meridians as usual, he suddenly had a new idea. Since he used the method of thinking to learn the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, why not use the method of thinking to practice Qigong? Anyway, he had already learned 2 types of internal energy cultivation methods. Why not think about the circulation of internal energy in his meridians and try Qigong? However, he probably couldn't think about the second type of levitation technique. He didn't have any internal energy. How could he release it and control it? As he thought about it, Zhong Xiaohua fell into a hazy sleep. His body quickly adjusted to a certain frequency. The power of the stars was immediately attracted to him. At the same time, the qi of heaven and earth was also absorbed into his body more effectively. Everything was so harmonious. The next day was a bright and sunny day. Zhong Xiaohua only practiced his fist and sword techniques by the grass shed. Because he needed to water the medicine field, Zhong Xiaohua didn't have much time to practice his idea of Qigong from last night. Everything in the medicine field was the same. There were fewer weeds, which reduced Zhong Xiaohua's labor. If it continued at this rate, there might not be any weeds growing in the field in a month or 2. Late in the morning, Zhong Xiaohua was watering when he heard someone calling him from the ridge. When he looked up, it was Qiu Tong. Zhong Xiaohua quickly walked over and asked with a smile, "Sister Qiu Tong, why did you suddenly come today? It's so hot today. Don't get tanned." Qiu Tong said, "It's because of you. That's why I came." Zhong Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the matter, Sister Qiu Tong?" Qiu Tong looked at him and said with a smile, "Take a guess." "You really don't know?" Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua understood. He probed, "Is it about the Misty School's martial arts competition?" Qiu Tong clapped and praised, "That's right, Zhong Xiaohua. It's about that." Misty asked me to tell you that she's already registered you. She'll send someone to inform you when the day comes. Please add it to your collection. Thank you. -1. Chapter 164. Zhong Xiaohua said gratefully, Big Sister Qiu Tong, you could have waited until you saw me or had someone send me a message for such a small matter. Why did you have to come here personally? Qiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled, that's what I was thinking. But your straw hut has been quite famous in the villa these days, so I came to take a look. Perhaps I should also build one in the courtyard so that the young miss will notice me. Zhong Xiaohua was embarrassed and scratched her head. Big Sister Qiu Tong, you're making fun of me. I built this straw hut just to practice my internal energy. Who knew that it would cause so much trouble and cause so many misunderstandings? Qiu Tong nodded. I've already asked the young miss about your intentions. Of course she knows, but others don't. You're so unconventional, so of course you'll attract the attention of others. Especially now that you're doing so well in the villa, those who don't know will pay more attention to you. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked. No way, Big Sister Qiu Tong. Building a hut will cause so much trouble. Why don't I just tear it down? Qiu Tong waved her hand. No need. Your straw hut will only be used until the martial arts exhibition starts. It'll only be used for a few days anyway. Why bother? Moreover, the young miss has already told the people in charge of the warehouse to scold the servants. If you tear it down, the young miss will lose face. Qiu Tong looked around the hut and asked with a smile, Did you build this hut yourself? Speaking of her straw hut, Zhong Xiaohua immediately perked up. She puffed out her chest and said proudly, Yes, Big Sister Qiu Tong. I built it myself. Qiu Tong praised, It's not bad. I didn't know you had such skills. Zhong Xiaohua was embarrassed when she heard this and said, It's nothing. When I was at the Guozhuang house, I often helped father and brother build it. They're the ones who built it well. Qiu Tong smiled and asked, Then how's your internal energy training? Have you found the qi? Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, It's about time. Staying here at night is quite quiet. It's really good for practicing inner strength. I think that when the martial arts exhibition starts, there should be a breakthrough. Qiu Tong nodded and advised him, Practicing hard is a good thing. Big Sister won't stop you, but you must know when to stop. Don't practice so hard just because you're going to participate in the martial arts exhibition. That's not good. Zhong Xiaohua nodded seriously and said, I know, Big Sister Qiu Tong. Actually, you know that I can't practice even if I want to. Qiu Tong was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Qiu Tong took her leave and returned to the inner court. Zhong Xiaohua watched Qiu Tong leave and went back to work. However, before she could water the ground, she heard someone shouting from outside, Zhong Xiaohua, where are you? Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. What day was it today? Usually, there weren't many people in the medicine field. Recently, there were even fewer people here. However, in just a short while, 2 people had come looking for him. Who was it this time? When he straightened up and took a closer look, it turned out to be his cheap master, He Tianshu. Zhong Xiaohua felt that it was strange. He Tianshu's voice was very familiar to him, but it was clearly unfamiliar just now. Zhong Xiaohua walked to the edge of the field and said with a smile, Captain He, were you the one who called for me? He Tianshu said in a hoarse voice, Of course it was me. Is there anyone else nearby? Zhong Xiaohua asked, What happened to your voice? He Tianshu frowned and said, Who knows? It was fine yesterday, but this morning it became like this. Zhong Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu's 2 large dark circles and asked, You didn't sleep last night? He Tianshu scratched his head and said, I did. I fell asleep while looking at it. I don't know when I fell asleep. Zhong Xiaohua didn't ask why He Tianshu was looking for him. He first took out the 2 pages of the secret manual and returned it to He Tianshu and said, Captain He, I'll return this to you first. He Tianshu seemed to have known this result. He reached out and took it and said, What? You want to return it to me in one night? Do you know how difficult it is inside? In the future, Don't make any sarcastic remarks. Practicing martial arts requires a down-to-earth style. There's nothing good about it. Zhong Xiaohua opened his mouth and wanted to refute something. However, He Tianshu was right. Of course, it was difficult inside. He didn't have any internal energy, so he couldn't practice it. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. He might as well be silent. He Tianshu saw that Zhong Xiaohua's attitude was humble and didn't say anything. He was very happy and said, "You really built a straw shed here. I thought you were joking." "That's right. Did you get the chi sense from the fierce bull strength?" Zhong Xiaohua shook his head. He Tianshu's face was filled with sympathy. He patted Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. This bull-stalking force is the simplest. I believe that you'll gain something if you try to understand it during the night." Then, He Tianshu took out another page from his chest and said, "After I worked so hard yesterday, my voice became hoarse. Only then did I learn some footwork. I went to your house to find you, but I didn't know that you had settled down in the medicine field. It seems like you're determined to participate in the martial arts exhibition. Let's go to the forest. I'll teach you what I just learned. I hope that in a month's time, you'll be able to make some progress." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he cursed in his heart, "You worked so hard to learn footwork and you actually lost your voice. You're the first person in the world to do that." Hearing that He Tianshu wanted to go to the forest, he advised, "Team leader He, let's go to the medicine field. There's still some distance to the forest." When He Tianshu heard this, his face turned serious and he said, "Big sect leader has repeatedly said that only the two of us can practice the ethereal steps. There's also no cover around the medicine field. If someone secretly learns it, we'll be punished by the sect rules. We can't be careless." Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to follow him. In the forest, He Tianshu demonstrated what he had learned the night before and let Zhong Xiaohua learn it. He thought that since Zhong Xiaohua had learned it well last time and learned it without any difficulty, it should be smooth sailing this time as well. But who knew that just as Zhong Xiaohua was halfway through learning, she made a mistake. It was clearly a simple footwork, but Zhong Xiaohua couldn't do it. When she put her feet in place, her body changed and she couldn't continue with the next step. He Tianshu was depressed. It seemed like his good days were coming to an end. Hence, He Tianshu controlled his temper and taught her step by step. However, no matter how He Tianshu explained or pointed out, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't follow his instructions and learn the footwork. He Tianshu was a little anxious as he demonstrated step by step in front of Zhong Xiaohua. He looked into her eyes and asked, "Zhong Xiaohua, do you understand?" Zhong Xiaohua was also helpless as she said, "I understand, team leader He." "Then why can't you put your feet here?" He Tianshu pointed to his feet and asked. "I know it's fine to put it there, but I just can't put it down. There's a kind of inertia pushing me. My feet can't follow my heart to place them at the spot you said." Zhong Xiaohua also had an innocent look on her face. That's right. She clearly knew that she should place her feet at the spot He Tianshu pointed out, but her entire body didn't seem to listen to her commands. It was really strange. He Tianshu wanted to reprimand Zhong Xiaohua again, but he immediately thought of the situation when Zhong Xiaohua learned the fist technique. He couldn't help but sigh. Zhong Xiaohua's aptitude wasn't good. When he learned the fist technique, he could let Nai Xiaoer and the rest teach him while he dealt with it himself. But this time, he learned the ethereal steps because of Zhong Xiaohua's glory. No matter what, he couldn't be perfunctory like when he taught the fist technique. He Tianshu thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "How about this? You practice what you learned in the past first. I'll go back and rest. When I have enough energy tomorrow, I'll teach you seriously." Towards the end, he seemed to have made up his mind. There was a feeling that he wouldn't give up until he taught Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua responded. He Tianshu turned and left the forest. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhong Xiaohua's timid voice asking softly, "That, Captain He, you should go back and rest. Can you let me see the second level's footwork?" He Tianshu stopped and thought for a moment. He took out a few pieces of paper and turned to Zhong Xiaohua, saying, "Look carefully. I hope you can discover something. Anyway, I don't plan to look at it today. I'm going to rest first. I hope that when I wake up tomorrow, I can see a brand new Zhong Xiaohua. Brand new? Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, my clothes are old and my body is dirty. He Tianshu laughed loudly and said, it's a Zhong Xiaohua who is no longer stupid. Finished speaking, he laughed hoarsely and walked out of the forest as if he had encountered something very interesting. Zhong Xiaohua heard his cheap master's laughter and pouted, saying softly, I didn't say I wasn't stupid. Look at your laughter. It's like a broken gong. What's there to be proud of? When He Tianshu walked out of sight, Zhong Xiaohua carefully looked at the secret manual in his hand. These thin pages contained all the second level's footwork, including some that Zhong Xiaohua had already learned. Zhong Xiaohua picked out the part that he had just practiced and carefully looked at it. After he finished reading, he didn't find anything strange. It was all comprehended by He Tianshu without any difference. What was the reason for this? Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head. After thinking for a while, Zhong Xiaohua thought of an idea. He read the page that he had just learned and the page that he had just learned together and linked the footwork together to comprehend it. Looking at the notes and footwork on the secret manual, a figure that was using the ethereal steps slowly appeared in Zhong Xiaohua's mind. That figure was walking step by step according to the ethereal steps secret manual. When it came to Zhong Xiaohua's difficult point today, that figure didn't follow Professor He Tianshu's understanding and walked in another place. When Zhong Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the next step after the difficult point? Could it be that there was an extra step here? Filled with doubts, Zhong Xiaohua continued to ponder. When the figure in his mind was executed according to Zhong Xiaohua's understanding, it first neglected this step and directly took another step. And the next step didn't follow the secret manual's records but returned to the place that Zhong Xiaohua was unable to step out of. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. Could it be that the two footwork records were reversed? He hurriedly looked at the small words at the side. Indeed, the records of the two footwork were very simple and didn't go into detail. Even if it was reversed, the notes were still acceptable. Zhong Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he executed the footwork in the open space in the forest. The result was exactly as Zhong Xiaohua had guessed. If the two steps were reversed, he would be able to execute it smoothly. In an instant, Zhong Xiaohua had reversed the two footwork records in his heart. The reversal of the footwork was easier said than done. If He Tianshu was here, he would definitely not do so. It couldn't be said that Zhong Xiaohua was intelligent, or that He Tianshu's thinking was inflexible and inflexible. It was just that the two of them had received different education. Ever since Zhong Xiaohua started practicing martial arts, he had always pondered and made his own decisions. The only set of Fist of the North Star was also pieced together by him. From the beginning, he had a habit of doubting everything and breaking everything. Whatever moves were suitable for him, he would use them accordingly. He even dared to change the fist techniques that others had practiced for many years. What more this footwork? As for He Tianshu, he had received formal martial arts education in the Misty School since young and was used to the textbook way of thinking. The fame of the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques had long been branded in his mind as a legend. When he saw this ethereal steps, he could only use a devout heart to learn and imitate it. He had never dared to doubt or question the authority of this footwork. Even if it was wrong, he would only conscientiously follow the wrong path and learn and accept it. This couldn't help but be said to be a tragedy of education. Since he had this discovery, Zhong Xiaohua no longer held back. Earlier on, he had learned a few parts that were different from what He Tianshu had taught him. This time, he changed them all. Moreover, seeing that it was still early, Zhong Xiaohua didn't return to the herb farm. He wanted to comprehend the remaining second level of the ethereal steps in one go in the forest. Of course, he didn't dare to have extravagant hopes that he would be able to comprehend the ethereal steps that He Tianshu had been unable to comprehend for many days in just half a day. But the results were out of Zhong Xiaohua's expectations. Because he already had the experience of comprehending many different fist techniques, as well as comprehending some footwork at the beginning of the second level of the ethereal steps, although there were many footwork at the back, But with the help of Zhong Xiaohua's powerful memory and the figure in his mind, he was able to integrate the remaining footwork into his little basket in an entire afternoon. The entire second level of the footwork had a smooth outline in his mind. But after all, there was a gap between theory and practice. Although he had comprehended it and knew how to practice, it was still difficult for Zhong Xiaohua to execute it step by step. With regards to this result, Zhong Xiaohua was already extremely satisfied. What was the ethereal steps? It was one of the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques. Although the first 3 levels were the foundation of the footwork, it was still incomparably profound. Even with He Tianshu's standard, it was still difficult for him to comprehend it. But he was able to comprehend it in just half a day. What else could he say? Now that the footwork was already in his mind, he would be able to slowly master it. Just as Zhong Xiaohua was about to practice again, there was a sudden sound of thunder from afar. A gust of cold wind blew and droplets of rain fell from the sky. Instantly, there were pitter-patter sounds in the forest. It was raining. Zhong Xiaohua extinguished the thought of striking while the iron was hot and quickly ran towards the small courtyard. Halfway there, he thought of the books in the straw hut and had no choice but to run towards the straw hut in the herbal field. By the time he reached the straw hut, the rain was already heavy. Zhong Xiaohua did a quick check and luckily, the quality of his straw hut was still all right. It wasn't a shoddy construction and the rainwater didn't leak in at all. Standing in the straw hut and looking at the pouring rain outside, Zhong Xiaohua gave up on the idea of returning to the hut. He lit up an oil lamp and began to read his book in peace. The raindrops hit the roof of the straw hut and the pitter-patter sounds were incessant. The distant sound of thunder was also incessant and flashes of light could be seen from time to time. With such a night light and the rain hitting the straw hut, Zhong Xiaohua was reading at night. Even if he didn't have a female companion, it still had a unique flavor. At the very least, when the cold wind blew in, it wasn't a chill that an ordinary person could endure. It was getting deeper and deeper, but the rain didn't show any signs of stopping. The sound of the straw hut became denser and there were signs of it getting louder. The distant sound of thunder was also louder and seemed to be getting closer. Zhong Xiaohua closed the book and carefully put it in his arms. He then blew out the oil lamp and sat down cross-legged. It was his daily practice of drawing qi into his body. When Zhong Xiaohua entered a meditative state, he carefully perceived the qi of heaven and earth outside. He was pleased to find that the qi of heaven and earth on this rainy day was actually a bit more than usual and every trace of qi was lively and seemed to have a little more vitality. Zhong Xiaohua had a feeling and a thought emerged in his mind. The qi of heaven and earth was very fresh. But it was this fresh and lively qi of heaven and earth that caused a little difficulty for Zhong Xiaohua to draw qi. The qi of heaven and earth didn't flow from top to bottom like usual. Instead, it flowed around like fish. Zhong Xiaohua's perception couldn't draw them into his body as easily as usual. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua had to increase the strength of his perception and spread it out like a fishing net. It was true that hard work paid off. Zhong Xiaohua patiently guided the qi of heaven and earth for a period of time and successfully drew a new trace of qi into his body. This trace of qi of heaven and earth was indeed a little different from before. Although Zhong Xiaohua couldn't completely perceive its appearance in his body, he could faintly feel its liveliness and knew that it was in that part of his body. Successfully drawing in the first trace of qi of heaven and earth seemed to have built a bridge between Zhong Xiaohua's body and the outside world. More and more fresh qi of heaven and earth rushed into Zhong Xiaohua's body like moths to a flame and was drawn in endlessly. Just as Zhong Xiaohua happily drew the qi of heaven and earth into his body, the liveliness spread throughout his body. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's qi of heaven and earth became even easier. He silently recited the Heart Sutra's cultivation method and this liveliness flowed along the meridians of his previous qi of heaven and earth. Very quickly, it went through a cycle and more qi of heaven and earth was drawn in and added to this invisible stream. At this time, an accident happened. There was a loud sound. Catcher, a thunderous sound smashed right above Zhong Xiaohua's sturdy straw hut. -1. Chapter 165. The moment the thunder roared, Zhong Xiaohua was enjoying the fruits of his labor, methodically drawing and refining qi. His perception was still outside his body. Although the thunder was high up in the sky, it still smashed into his perception that was drawing qi. Immediately, Zhong Xiaohua felt as if a hammer had smashed into his heart. He was extremely depressed. There was a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood surged up. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but open his mouth and spit out a small mouthful of blood. His breathing rate of 9 shallow and 1 deep was immediately interrupted. At this moment, the lively qi from the outside world was flowing into Zhong Xiaohua's body in an orderly manner. After the thunder, the pure qi of heaven and earth suddenly increased by more than 10 times. These qi also rushed towards Zhong Xiaohua. Although the yuan qi that appeared later was pure, it was different from the yuan qi that Zhong Xiaohua had drawn in previously. The yuan qi from before was lively like a lively child, a little mischievous and playful. However, the yuan qi that suddenly appeared was not only purer than the yuan qi from before, but the most different thing was that this yuan qi was no longer just lively. It was liveliness within liveliness. It could even be said that it was tyrannical. It was like a drunken brute or a young man with nowhere to vent his energy. It disorderly rushed into the yuan qi that had lined up to enter Zhong Xiaohua's body. These disorderly, large amounts of qi immediately caused the qi outside Zhong Xiaohua's body to churn. It was like a gurgling stream just now, but in an instant, it became a monstrous wave, drowning Zhong Xiaohua in it. Countless violent qi swarmed into Zhong Xiaohua's pores. Previously, Zhong Xiaohua was still complaining about not being able to feel the qi in his body, but now, he really felt the taste of the qi rushing into his body. As Zhong Xiaohua's body was still circulating, the huge amount of qi immediately rushed into his meridians. But these qi exceeded Zhong Xiaohua's expectations. Caught off guard, he immediately lost control of these qi. The violent qi immediately rushed into Zhong Xiaohua's meridians like a flood. Zhong Xiaohua immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. His calm state of mind instantly collapsed. At this moment, the blood that he spat out had just landed on the ground. Zhong Xiaohua was flustered. Could it be that this was qi deviation? Zhong Xiaohua, who had never experienced such a situation, was helpless and did not know what to do. However, the pain in his body continued to spread and would not stop just because of Zhong Xiaohua's ignorance. Moreover, when it rains, it pours. There was another burst of rumbling thunder above his head. An even larger amount of violent qi continued to flow into Zhong Xiaohua's body through the previously established qi channel. Zhong Xiaohua felt like he was drowning. The endless qi of heaven and earth oppressed him, like waves hitting him, making him unable to breathe and unable to lift his head. As a result, Zhong Xiaohua blissfully lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, Zhong Xiaohua's only thought was, "Why is my luck so bad? I just found the qi, and now I'm possessed." In fact, Zhong Xiaohua's loss of consciousness was not because of qi deviation, but because it was now midnight. Our Zhong Xiaohua had fallen asleep on time. At the same time that Zhong Xiaohua fell asleep, he had just stopped his 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing, but immediately began to breathe again. The flickering in his dream guided his body, slowly adjusting to the frequency of the flickering. In an instant, the endless star power in the night sky poured into Zhong Xiaohua's body. Although the star power was thin, but it was orderly. Very quickly, it poured into Zhong Xiaohua's pores, forming a thin layer of star power around him, preventing the qi of the outside world from madly pouring in. At the same time, Zhong Xiaohua's body, under the guidance of the flickering, formed a frequency that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. In addition, the rampaging qi in Zhong Xiaohua's body, under the condition of losing control, had already circulated through the existing meridians, destroying the meridians. At this time, the integration of the star power from the outside world just wrapped around the rampaging qi. The frequency of the star power was the same as the frequency of Zhong Xiaohua's body. Under this frequency, the thin layer of star power on the outer layer of the qi once again circulated along the damaged meridians. This was, a wonderful situation occurred. The thin layer of star power seemed to be full of vitality, flowing along the damaged meridians. Traces of star power merged into it, constantly repairing it. Moreover, The meridians had just been damaged by the rampaging qi, and had expanded by a lot. Now that the star power had repaired it, Zhong Xiaohua's meridians had more than doubled in size. The qi wrapped in the star power did not stop rampaging, still trying to break through the shackles of the star power. But under the flickering and the frequency of the star power, the qi was gradually assimilated. The rampaging qi in the qi was gradually extracted and separated, becoming a vital component. In the process of flowing through the meridians, it passed through the shackles of the star power, merged into the meridians, merged into the flesh, merged into the bones, and even merged into Zhong Xiaohua's head. At the same time, the rain outside the straw hut was getting heavier, and the thunder was also incessant. Zhong Xiaohua's body, because of the damaged meridians and the influx of star power, did not cut off the flow of qi into the outside world. On the contrary, under this special frequency, Zhong Xiaohua's pores were like bottomless black holes, attracting endless rampaging qi. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua's surroundings were surrounded by endless qi of heaven and earth. If Zhong Xiaohua was awake, she would know that the qi of heaven and earth described in the Carefree Heart Sutra was exactly like this, with only a slight difference. The difference was that the qi of heaven and earth was overly active now. Although Zhong Xiaohua was already asleep, his breathing, his frequency, and the mantra he was using were all guiding the qi of heaven and earth into his body. But what was different from before was that the thin layer of star power formed a protective membrane around his body. The rampaging qi passed through this layer of star power and was immediately divided into two parts. One part was the pure qi that Zhong Xiaohua normally drew into his body, and the other part was the mysterious vital energy that the star power had extracted from the qi. The qi was wrapped by the star power and constantly rushed into Zhong Xiaohua's meridians, while the mysterious vital energy attached to the star power also rushed into the meridians. As it merged into the meridians, it also merged into Zhong Xiaohua's body. The meridians repaired by the star power were originally nourishing, but after the vital energy merged into the meridians, it was as if a catalyst had been added. Not only did the speed of repair increase, the meridians were also filled with vital energy. Just like a young person, the meridians became more resilient and elastic. Moreover, this mysterious vital energy also merged into Zhong Xiaohua's bones that had been tempered by the Big Dipper magical fist along with the circulation of the vital energy. Drops of vital energy seeped into the 108 bones evenly. The pure white bones became even whiter as the vital energy merged into them. Gradually, they became like jade. However, more and more of the mysterious vital energy continued to move upward under the flickering core. It gathered in Zhong Xiaohua's brain and entered a mysterious place. Other than the circulation of the mysterious vital energy, the qi wrapped by the star power was the same as before. It flowed in the meridians that were gradually recovering and was slowly being tempered. It was the same for the star power. Not long after, a cycle was completed. The qi of heaven and the star power were much more condensed and flowed into the middle dantian. After that, more rampaging qi of heaven and earth and the star power flowed in again and started a new round of tempering. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the rain was still pouring down, and the sound of thunder, however, had stopped. Zhong Xiaohua was still sitting there cross-legged and tempering the qi of heaven and earth. The boundless qi of heaven and earth was becoming less and less. Some of it was absorbed into Zhong Xiaohua's body, but most of it dissipated between heaven and earth. It was not until dawn that the rain stopped and the qi of heaven and earth returned to its original state. There were only traces of qi of heaven and earth floating above the herb field. In the distance, a ray of light rose and supported the sun. Zhong Xiaohua opened her eyes. After the rain, the air in the herb field was exceptionally fresh. After the rain, the herbs in the herb field were also abnormally energetic. In the eyes of Zhong Xiaohua, there was only a feeling of vitality. At this time, Zhong Xiaohua had already remembered the danger last night. He quickly stood up and moved his hands and feet. Fortunately, he was not paralyzed and his hands and feet listened to his commands. He was about to sit down cross-legged and use the Heart Sutra to check his meridians when he suddenly felt that his body was sticky and uncomfortable. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a thin layer of black mud on his body and there were traces of blood in it. He brought his arm to his nose and there was a nauseating stench and blood. Zhong Xiaohua did not know what happened after he fell asleep last night. When he looked carefully on the ground, he discovered that the blood he spat out last night had already dried up. Zhong Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He could not remember anything and hurriedly walked out of the straw hut. Before he left, he even used his feet to rub some dirt to cover up the blood. It was useless to think about anything now. It was better to take care of his personal hygiene first. Fortunately, it was still early in the morning due to the heavy rain last night. There was no one in the small courtyard. After Zhong Xiaohua had washed up and returned to his own hut, he heard the sounds of someone else moving around in the small courtyard. The heavy rain had just stopped in the morning and the ground outside was filled with mud. Zhong Xiaohua temporarily stopped his morning exercise and took out the few thin pages of the Ethereal Steps manual. Fortunately, there was no damage. Zhong Xiaohua carefully placed them on the study table before he had the time to sit cross-legged on the kang bed. Just as he was about to circulate his qi, Zhong Xiaohua raised his head to look out of the window with lingering fear. The day was already clear and the sky was clear. The sun in the distance had already jumped out, slowly spreading its heat. Zhong Xiaohua was relieved. The pain of qi deviation, he was really afraid. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua did not dare to easily release his perception. Instead, he silently chanted the incantation of the Carefree Heart Sutra, trying to recall the formless inner energy in his body. This time, he almost caused Zhong Xiaohua to lose his realm. Originally, it was just an illusion and he was unable to sense the inner energy in his meridians. But now, with a slight increase in his qi, he immediately felt the thin strand of qi in his meridians. This was the inner energy that He Tianshu and the rest had mentioned. Zhong Xiaohua was once again overjoyed. He was not dreaming, right? If not for the fact that he was concentrating on circulating his qi, Zhong Xiaohua would have tried biting his own finger. However, that wisp of cool gas flowed smoothly through his meridians like mercury, truly carefree. There was also a slight swelling pain, all of which reminded him that this was not a dream, but a reality that truly existed. Zhong Xiaohua faced this situation and did not know what to say. The danger last night was still vivid in his mind. And when he woke up, he felt qi. This was also true. Then, something must have happened last night that he did not know about. But what was it? No one could tell Zhong Xiaohua. However, since it was a good thing and not a bad thing, he could not find someone to get to the bottom of it. He could only be a taciturn god and accept the fruits of victory. A good thing was always better than a bad thing. If he woke up early in the morning and found that he could not move his hands and feet, wouldn't that be 10,000 times more tragic than now? At that time, Zhong Xiaohua would be the one who wanted to cry but had no tears. Why should he be distressed now? Moreover, if he closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. Zhong Xiaohua gave up on finding the reason. He circulated his qi and drove the inner energy to circulate through his meridians. This feeling was really different from reality. Zhong Xiaohua found it very refreshing. It was really fun to have this thing in his body. Zhong Xiaohua had a playful attitude and circulated the Carefree Heart Sutra's inner energy through his meridians for 36 circulations. When he finished, he was about to get up when his heart suddenly moved. He circulated his qi and released his perception to guide the inner energy. When he carefully sensed the outside world, he found that the qi of heaven and earth that had swarmed in last night had already disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a blank space. His perception could not guide the slightest bit of qi of heaven and earth. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but frown. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's perception seemed to have sensed something as it retreated like the tide. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Zhong Xiaohua's room. Zhong Xiaohua quickly jumped down from the kang bed and walked to the door as he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was He Tianshu's voice. Zhong Xiaohua quickly opened the door and asked with a smile, "Captain He, why are you up so early today?" He Tianshu entered the room and said, "It's still early. I woke up a long time ago. I knew you were sleeping like a log, so I didn't come early." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the sky outside. It was still early. He Tianshu did not beat around the bush. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned again. He asked curiously, "What is it?" "I'll give it to you," He Tianshu said in a bad mood. "It's the Ethereal Steps Manual. Hurry up and give it to me. After I gave it to you yesterday, I didn't sleep well. I was afraid that something would happen to you if I left it there. Last night, there was heavy rain and thunder, making me anxious. I was afraid that you would sleep in that straw shed again. If you wet this manual, what would I do?" Zhong Xiaohua finally understood. She quickly walked to the desk and returned the few pages to He Tianshu. He Tianshu hurriedly took them and looked at them carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully kept them. After keeping them, He Tianshu seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He said, "Luckily you didn't sleep in the straw shed last night. Let's not talk about how a straw shed can shelter you from the wind and rain. If you caught a cold or had a fever, it would be a small matter. The main point is that the thunder last night was too strange. It struck right above our heads. You don't know, Zhong Xiaohua. For those of us who practice inner strength, it is taboo to practice inner strength on a rainy day. The sound of thunder is usually very abrupt. It interferes with the flow of inner strength. If we are not careful, our chi will go astray and it will be impossible to make up for it. Furthermore, practicing inner strength requires the harmony of one's chi. Think about it, isn't that thunder the nemesis of meditation? It is very easy to lose one's mind. Furthermore, last night's thunder struck right above our heads. It made my little heart beat wildly last night. However, it's fine that you didn't go to the straw shed last night. With the way you sleep, even if the thunder struck right above your head, you probably wouldn't know." He Tianshu looked at Zhong Xiaohua and did not forget to add, "Furthermore, you have yet to sense qi. There is no inner strength in your meridians. I believe that the sudden thunder will not be able to do anything to you." "That's right. Have you seen the footwork? Isn't it rare? I think it's better for me to look at it first." "It's pointless for you to look at it." Zhong Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Why was this He Tianshu giving advice in hindsight? If he had told him this yesterday, he wouldn't have foolishly run to the straw shed to be frozen. Even if he was frozen, he wouldn't have foolishly tried to draw any chi. Now that he thought about it, this kind of action was like the god of longevity eating arsenic. He was simply tired of living. He was just short of this warning. Last night, he almost closed his eyes and passed away just like that. He Tianshu saw that Zhong Xiaohua was silent and thought that he had received a blow from looking at the ethereal steps yesterday. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right, Zhong Xiaohua. I feel that you still have some talent in this footwork. Although you haven't understood the second level of the footwork yet, it's fine. Once I understand it, I will teach you. Don't worry, it won't affect your participation in the martial arts exhibition. After all, I also need," at this point, He Tianshu didn't continue. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly said, "That's not it, Captain He. I've carefully looked at this footwork, I feel that." He Tianshu waved his hand and stopped him from continuing, saying, "I know, I feel that it's quite profound and hard to understand. You should know that this footwork is a secret of our misty school. If it wasn't difficult, would it be called that? As long as we have the time, we can grind an iron pestle into a needle. I think that as long as we put our efforts into it, we will definitely be able to learn it. Isn't it just the first 3 levels of the basics?" Zhong Xiaohua could only nod. He Tianshu saw that Zhong Xiaohua admitted his mistake and didn't stay any longer. He said, "I won't talk to you anymore. Time is precious. Seeing that the martial arts exhibition is getting closer and closer, I need to seize the time to comprehend the footwork. In a while, if you have nothing to do, go to the medicine field and walk around. I'll leave the matter of the herbs to you. When the martial arts exhibition is over, I'll have Nai Xiaoer and the others properly thank you." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she was amused and said, "How about having them teach me martial arts?" When He Tianshu heard this, his face turned bitter, but he immediately thought that it would be better to die than to die. He immediately changed his smile and said, "Okay, I'll promise you on their behalf. When they come back, each of them will teach you a set of fist techniques. How about it?" Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, I can't learn any fist techniques. It's better to teach me some common sword techniques or blade techniques in the Jianghu. He Tianshu smiled craftily and said, okay, I'll let them teach you personally. The word them was especially clear. -1. Chapter 166. For the entire morning, Zhong Xiaohua spent his time in the herbal field. After the rain, the field was rather muddy and it was very strenuous to work. Furthermore, the weeds in the herbal field were growing crazily. Zhong Xiaohua was so busy that he could not help but wonder why the weeds that he had seen a few days ago had suddenly grown so much today. By the time he finished his work, it was already close to noon. The sun was high up in the sky, but the ground was still wet and slippery. Zhong Xiaohua did not have a suitable place to practice martial arts, so he could only sit in the straw hut and practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. The cool strands of qi flowed through Zhong Xiaohua's meridians, making him feel very comfortable. When dusk fell, Zhong Xiaohua walked out of the straw hut. After a day of exposure to the sun, some parts of the ground were already dry. Zhong Xiaohua could not wait to practice the Big Dipper mystical fist to loosen up his muscles and bones. In fact, people had a habit of doing certain things. If they did not do it for a day, they would feel empty in their hearts and would not be able to adapt. At this moment, Zhong Xiaohua was like that. It was not bad to say that he was diligent, but practicing martial arts every day had already become a habit. If he did not practice for a day, his bones would probably itch. The clean land beside the straw hut was not too big, but it was enough for Zhong Xiaohua to practice his martial arts. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist a few times, Zhong Xiaohua realized that he had advanced. The Big Dipper mystical fist had actually entered the 3rd level. When he practiced it for the 7th time, a cool flow appeared, tempering his bones. Furthermore, Zhong Xiaohua could clearly feel that the cool flow was not the same as the cool qi in his meridians. However, he could not pinpoint the exact difference. In just a few days, the Big Dipper mystical fist was able to level up. This made Xiaohua very happy, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had no idea how to level it up. Even Xiaohua himself was at a loss. All he could do was blindly practice his fist technique and look forward to the next level up. In the next few days, Zhong Xiaohua's life returned to normal. The weeds in the herbal field slowly decreased. He Tianshu didn't disturb Zhong Xiaohua either. He must be immersed in comprehending the ethereal steps. As for Zhong Xiaohua's footwork, after practicing in the forest for the next few days, she had already converted the theory in her mind into the reality of her feet. She had completely grasped the 2nd level of the ethereal steps. However, when she was comprehending it, there were some discrepancies with what was recorded in the secret manual. And when she practiced, there were even more discrepancies. However, it was still roughly similar to what was recorded in the manual. Other than continuously comprehending the footwork, Zhong Xiaohua really didn't have much to prepare. He had practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist countless times. The moves were all engraved in his mind. Ever since he returned to the Huanxi Manor, although he had not sparred with anyone, he was still very confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of fist techniques. As for the sword in old Professor Yu's left hand, he was still practicing. He liked the feeling of the warm flow flowing through his left arm. However, he also knew that no matter how much he practiced this sword move, it would not be able to be used in the martial arts competition. Therefore, he could only use the Big Dipper mystical fist. After learning the footwork of the ethereal steps, Zhong Xiaohua also tried to combine the Big Dipper mystical fist with the ethereal steps. However, after practicing alone for a while, he realized that the ethereal steps was just a type of footwork. One could practice it alone, and even use it in a competition. However, if one practiced the footwork and the fist technique at the same time, it would be very uncoordinated. It was as if one had to twist 2 different things together. Zhong Xiaohua gave it a try and gave up. Therefore, every day, other than practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhong Xiaohua put all his energy into the cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra. After a few days of cultivation, the inner energy in Zhong Xiaohua's meridians was still as thin as silk. There was no obvious growth. When he drew in the yuan qi into his body, the yuan qi was still nowhere to be seen. However, Zhong Xiaohua was not worried. He probably knew that the yuan qi he was drawing in was too thin. He could not feel it once it entered his body. The inner energy that flowed in his body without any sluggishness was probably because it was constantly drawing in the invisible yuan qi. However, the growth of his cultivation was too slow. He really did not know when he would be able to reach the second level of the Heart Sutra. Zhong Xiaohua, who was in the midst of cultivation, would occasionally lose his anchor. He could not help but smack his lips and shake his head helplessly. After more than 10 days, He Tianshu still did not appear. Zhong Xiaohua, who was quietly cultivating, started to feel anxious. Could it be that He Tianshu had not fully comprehended the ethereal steps? However, he immediately thought of a problem. Why was he waiting for He Tianshu? Did he want him to teach him the second level of the ethereal steps? But he had already learned the second level of the ethereal steps. Did he still need him to teach him? When Zhong Xiaohua thought of this, he could not help but cover his forehead with his hand and frown deeply. He was used to relying on others and had fallen into a vicious cycle of thinking. Even if he had already learned a martial art, he still needed to consult others to confirm if he had learned it correctly. To put it bluntly, it was to obtain the affirmation of others and give himself an affirmation in his heart. Seeing others say that he had learned it correctly, he should not doubt himself anymore. This kind of method had a certain degree of accuracy. There was a saying, when 3 people walk together, there is always one who can learn from me. One could learn from others' strong points to make up for one's weak points. But in terms of the ethereal steps, this was also the first time He Tianshu had learned it. He was also in the stage of comprehending it. Furthermore, the things he had comprehended were already different from the records in the secret manual. If He Tianshu's teaching was different from his own comprehension, then where should he go from here? Hence, Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to stop the cultivation of the Heart Sutra and begin to consider this problem. Fortunately, it did not take long before his frown relaxed. In fact, it was simple. Even if He Tianshu were to teach Zhong Xiaohua the ethereal steps, Zhong Xiaohua himself would not change what he had already comprehended. Just like the Fist of the North Star, many of the moves were already different from the ones circulating in the pugilistic world. He would not change his habits and change what belonged to him just because of imitating. Furthermore, Zhong Xiaohua also knew deeply that there was one thing he was very sure of. The Fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones. Did other fist techniques have the same effect? If he only pursued learning, would he be in such a situation? There was originally no path in the world. When many people walked on it, there would be a path. Perhaps on other people's path, there would be many people walking on it, and there would be no path in front of him. But when he walked forward, there would be a path. Perhaps what he left behind would only be footprints, but in the eyes of others, it would be a sign. When others had walked on it many times, his direction would naturally become a path. Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have relaxed a lot. His entire spirit was glowing, as though he had matured a lot. In fact, learning without thinking was a waste. In the past, Zhong Xiaohua only focused on learning. He always felt that his aptitude was inferior to others, and that he had to look up to everyone. Hence, he always buried his head. But during this period of accumulation, it gave him a platform to raise his head. This moment of stagnation, without cultivating, and just thinking, was the starting point of his accumulation. It was a turning point from quantitative change to qualitative change. It would have a profound impact on Zhong Xiaohua's future path. Since he had let go of the mentality of begging others, Zhong Xiaohua immediately considered the third level of ethereal steps. That was the true Qinggong. This was the martial art that Zhong Xiaohua yearned for even in his dreams. Just thinking about it made him addicted. A person could freely jump in the forest, no longer having to use his feet to measure the ground step by step. It was as though the entire world belonged to him. At the very least, once he mastered Qinggong, if he wanted to return to the Guozhuang house, he would no longer need to take the horse carriage. Wouldn't that save him a lot of money? Thinking about it, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't wait to rush into the forest to practice Qinggong. But just as he got up, His heart trembled and he felt ashamed. Just now, he was thinking deeply about taking a path that no one had taken before. But this path wasn't easy to take. He had to take one step at a time before he could see the end. If he was always so careless and lost his composure, he might end up breaking down the moment he took the first step. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua returned to the straw hut and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his heart and cultivated the Heart Sutra. Only then did he pick up the Qigong technique from his memories. Although Zhong Xiaohua didn't have an image of the Qigong technique recorded in the ethereal steps, he still remembered the incantation clearly. He meditated according to the incantation and pondered over it bit by bit until he was sure that he didn't miss anything. Only then did he get up and come to the forest. However, the results of the practice were both beyond his expectations and within his expectations. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't even master the first step of the levitation technique. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the inner energy flow through his meridians like what was mentioned in the ethereal steps, producing the levitation technique. The reason why it was out of his expectations was because he thought that inner energy was the foundation of Qigong. As long as he had inner energy, as long as he followed the instructions of the cultivation technique, he would be able to use Qigong by moving his inner energy. However, reality told him a cruel truth. Any imagination was just an illusion. Only practice was the way to go. The reason why it wasn't out of his expectations was because all the martial arts that he had learned were basically not done in one go. Unless it was a bumpy road, experiencing different twists and turns. If this Qigong was successfully practiced smoothly, then Zhong Xiaohua would really doubt his own noble character. Zhong Xiaohua, who had failed in practicing Qigong, walked out of the forest. He couldn't help but naturally thought of He Tianshu. Although he had already decided on his own path, but looking at how others were walking, he could learn from them. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had received guidance from this cheap master of his. Zhong Xiaohua really wanted to hear his opinion. As Zhong Xiaohua convinced himself in his heart, he walked towards the small courtyard. It was a pity that He Tianshu wasn't in the house. Zhong Xiaohua, who had humbly asked for guidance, hit a wall. He could only resentfully return to his straw hut and meditate to practice. When he saw He Tianshu, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Sitting in front of Zhong Xiaohua, He Tianshu's face was glowing. He was very spirited and didn't have the dispirited look of staying up late to comprehend the footwork. Zhong Xiaohua was very surprised. Could it be that this footwork had a great nourishing effect after comprehending it to perfection? After asking in detail, they found out that He Tianshu had yet to fully comprehend the second level of the ethereal steps. However, he had recently returned to the pharmacy hall. Just by relying on the portion of the cultivation method that he had comprehended, he had easily defeated someone that he had never been able to defeat in the past. That scene had shocked everyone in the pharmacy hall. Those who had originally wanted to watch the show immediately changed their allegiance and tried to worm their way into being friends with him, wanting to know the reason behind it. This allowed He Tianshu, who had always been disliked in the pharmacy hall, to let out a huge sigh of relief. It was a pity that he wouldn't dare to tell anyone about ethereal steps even if he was beaten to death. Only when he returned could he share the joy with Zhong Xiaohua. Seeing He Tianshu's smug and satisfied look because of a victory, Zhong Xiaohua felt a little sad. The pugilistic world had always been the theme of the strong preying on the weak. It was the same in the Misty school. If one didn't have strong strength, they would be bullied no matter where they went. After He Tianshu had vividly described what had happened in the pharmacy hall, Zhong Xiaohua also smiled and asked about Qigong. When He Tianshu heard Zhong Xiaohua mention Qigong, he was very puzzled and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of Qigong? You have stayed in the straw hut for quite some time. Have you gained a sense of qi?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "I have gained a sense of qi," but, without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to finish speaking, He Tianshu clapped his hands and praised, "Good, Zhong Xiaohua, you are really not bad. I thought that it would be difficult for you to make any progress in terms of internal strength. Now that you have relied on the reckless bull strength, you have actually gained a sense of qi. This cultivation technique really has its merits." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she wanted to correct him, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't say it out loud. He Tianshu didn't notice Zhong Xiaohua's expression and continued, however, if you want to practice Qigong just because you have a sense of qi, it is still too early. I remember that when I was young, I also practiced internal strength for 2 years before I started practicing Qigong. You have to first consolidate your sense of qi and cultivate your internal strength to a certain level before you can use your internal strength and use Qigong. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she probed, then Captain He, how long have you been practicing Qigong? He Tianshu said without hesitation, 1 year. I remember very clearly that it was an entire year. It can be considered average. However, although the Qigong that we practice is a secret of the Misty School, our Misty School has a lot of Qigong techniques and that can be considered average. Zhong Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, that long? Yes, why? How long did you think it would take? 1 day? Half a year? He Tianshu found it a little funny. He continued, Qigong is a technique of using internal strength. It doesn't need the internal strength of a fist technique. The meridians of those fist techniques are fixed. As long as you follow the moves of the fist technique and send your internal strength to the place according to the meridians, it will be fine. Fist techniques have their own meridians? Zhong Xiaohua asked in surprise. That's right. He Tianshu explained, many of the internal fist techniques are also internal force cultivation methods. Every move needs to be complemented by specialized internal force. Of course, there are many fist techniques that aren't. However, the power of these fist techniques is small. Moreover, the latter is something that most people can practice. The former is a secret of many sects. Zhong Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Seeing that her Big Dipper magical fist couldn't use internal strength, it must be because of this. She didn't know if the Big Dipper magical fist could be of help when she reached the 9th level. Following that, He Tianshu asked again, why are you asking about Qigong? Did your second brother find an internal strength cultivation method for you? Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Captain He, have you seen all 3 levels of ethereal steps? He Tianshu was puzzled, I just saw the 2nd level. Why? Is there a problem? Zhong Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, you should take a good look at the 3rd level. You will know when you see it. When He Tianshu heard that, he carefully took out the movement technique from his chest and picked out the 3rd level cultivation method that he didn't look at. The 3rd level cultivation method only had 2 pages. Just the first page, He Tianshu looked at it for a long time. The more he looked, the more excited he became. His eyes were shining. Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. Could it be that this cultivation method was very powerful? She didn't seem to feel it. After a long while, He Tianshu reluctantly moved his gaze away from the first page and looked at the 2nd secret manual. This time, it was different from the first page. When He Tianshu saw the first line, his expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up from his chair and muttered, how is this possible? How is this possible? After that, he read 10 lines at a time. The contents of the 2 pages were about the same. He Tianshu took a long time to read the first page, while the 2nd page was finished in a short while. After He Tianshu finished reading, he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes to think. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhong Xiaohua tiredly. He asked, Zhong Xiaohua, have you seen the Qigong recorded on these 2 pages? Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, yes, Captain He. The last time I brought it over, I saw it. But when I practiced the first page, I couldn't control my internal energy. He Tianshu smiled and said, you are biting off more than you can chew. You have just gained the qi sense. Where would you get the internal energy to drive it? Then, he waved the manual in his hand and said, Zhong Xiaohua, I really have to thank you. I only had the opportunity to learn such a profound Qigong because of you. I owe you a favor. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, Captain He, please don't say that. You spent so much effort to teach me the fist technique, and I haven't thanked you yet. Besides, you've made a great contribution in saving the Manor Lord, so you should thank Leader OU. He Tianshu smiled and said, I know what to do with my own affairs. Forget it, I won't be so polite with you. I will remember your matter in my heart. Didn't I just say that the Qigong I practiced was the foundation of our misty school? Almost everyone has to practice it. Do you know the value of this Qigong? Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and thought to herself, it seems like it's nothing. He Tianshu said with a smile, the pros and cons of different Qigong mainly depend on the efficiency of the usage of internal energy and the development of the Qigong. This ethereal steps Qigong can be said to be the best of our ethereal sect's Qigong techniques. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as what I cultivated in the past. With this Qigong, not only can it raise my current Qigong to a higher level, but with the cultivation of my internal energy, this Qigong will have more potential to be unearthed. The quality of this Qigong can be the key to winning or losing a competition. It can even affect one's life. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said, it's that serious. -1. Chapter 167. He Tianshu smiled and said, what do you know? Qigong is the most basic skill to protect one's life. Many people who roam the pugilistic world, even if their other martial arts aren't that good, they still have to train their Qigong well. Think about it, if you encounter a fight and your martial arts aren't as good as others, then wouldn't you still have to run away? Those with good Qigong will definitely be able to escape faster. What's more, those with good Qigong will be able to gain the upper hand in a fight. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. He didn't have the experience of fighting with his life on the line, nor did he have the experience of roaming the pugilistic world. Naturally, he didn't know the importance of Qigong. Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, Captain then these two Qigong? He Tianshu waved his hand to stop Zhong Xiaohua's question and said, Zhong Xiaohua, although this ethereal steps has two Qigong cultivation methods, but to be honest, the first one is a true top-grade Qigong cultivation method while the second one is an extremely precious trash. Zhong Xiaohua opened her mouth wide and said, what's going on? Precious trash? He Tianshu smiled and said, the first cultivation method is a real martial arts method. I can understand it too. If I concentrate on cultivating it, after a few months or even a year, I think I will definitely be able to grasp it. At that time, I can also teach it to you properly. As for the second one, how should I put it? What it says is simply an unimaginable idea. This kind of Qigong cultivation method actually requires the release of qi to form a circulation outside the body. This is simply impossible. Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, what is qi? He Tianshu explained, it's the kind of hot gas produced in your meridians when you practice internal strength. We call it true qi. Oh, so that's how it is. Zhong Xiaohua understood and said, I thought it was called inner strength. He Tianshu said, true qi, internal force, and internal force have the same meaning. When true qi reaches the attacking fist, the power released is internal force. This kind of power is different from pure strength. It is also called internal force. In fact, it is usually called a mix. There is not much difference. However, how did this qi name come about? It's quite strange. When we were young, we discussed it in detail. Zhong Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu was going off topic and quickly asked, then why can't qi be released? He Tianshu looked at Zhong Xiaohua who didn't understand and asked, do you know what it means to release inner strength? Zhong Xiaohua shook his head and said, I know. Why would I ask you? He Tianshu explained, I don't know the specifics, but I know that once all the inner strength is released outside the body, it will immediately dissipate. It will no longer be controlled by the person who released it. When a high-level inner strength cultivation method is practiced to the end, the inner strength in the body will be incomparably vigorous. Only then can the inner strength in the body be released to a certain range outside the body. If a fist is used, then it will be a fist aura. If a sword is used, then it will be a sword ray. Then, He Tianshu looked around carefully and said in a low voice, I don't know about the rest of the people in Ethereal Sect, including sect leader OU. I only heard some rumors that the second elder of the sect who cultivates the 7 ethereal swords has just mastered the sword gleam. That is a legendary martial art in the Jianghu. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's shocked expression, He Tianshu said, think about it. Such a martial art that consumes inner strength can be used in a sword art to defeat the enemy. But don't you think it's a bit of a waste to use it on Qinggong? Moreover, when you cultivate to the point where you can release qi, your martial arts will be superb. Your Qinggong will also be profound. Why do you need to practice such a flashy floating technique? Then, He Tianshu came to a conclusion. Actually, the most important thing is that I have never heard of anyone in the Misty School or the Jianghu who can use Qinggong to float in the air. Zhong Xiaohua still didn't give up and said, if there isn't, then why is it recorded in this ethereal steps? He Tianshu scratched his head and said, who knows? Maybe it's a kind of idea and not a real martial art. It's also a real martial art, but you can only practice this kind of Qinggong when your inner strength is practiced to the extreme. However, these are not things we can care about. I may be qualified to practice the Qinggong lifting technique in front, but you don't even have the qualifications to practice this. It's better to practice your spirit of the bull and build a solid foundation for your inner strength. Hearing He Tianshu say this, Zhong Xiaohua could only stop talking. When it came to martial arts, she was indeed a junior. She didn't have any qualifications to speak in front of He Tianshu. Then, He Tianshu said, the martial arts exhibition is about to begin. Zhong Xiaohua, have you really decided to participate? How are your preparations? When Zhong Xiaohua heard about the martial arts exhibition, she immediately became spirited and said excitedly, of course, I have already asked Manor Lord Oyu to help me sign up. How can I not participate? Actually, I don't have much to prepare. I already know a set of fist techniques. Now, didn't you teach me the ethereal steps? I can use it in the martial arts exhibition. He Tianshu nodded and said, your sword technique is not suitable for the martial arts exhibition. You can only use your fist techniques with your bare hands. Then, He Tianshu seemed to have thought of something funny and said with a smile, but using a fist technique is also quite good. If you really use a weapon, it's not very suitable. Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. She asked, not using a weapon? Captain He, what do you mean? He Tianshu laughed and said, you will know when the time comes. It's not good to say it too early. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that He Tianshu didn't explain clearly, Zhong Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. She thought to herself, isn't it just a martial arts competition? What's the big deal? At most, I will lose. Then, He Tianshu reminded Zhong Xiaohua to practice the ethereal steps more. Perhaps she would lose some face when the time came. Zhong Xiaohua did not understand what was going on. It was another baffling sentence. There weren't many days left. Although He Tianshu was constantly trying to comprehend the second level of the ethereal steps, in order to not disturb Zhong Xiaohua's preparation, he didn't impart anything to her. And Zhong Xiaohua stayed in the straw hut all day, cultivating the various martial arts she had learned. Early in the morning, Zhong Xiaohua sat cross-legged and silently chanted a mantra. She slowly absorbed the qi in her body into her dantian before slowly opening her eyes. After 10 days of bitter cultivation, Zhong Xiaohua faintly felt that the qi in her meridians seemed to have increased a little. However, she couldn't confirm it. However, diligence could make up for stupidity. She had been drawing qi into her body every day to temper her qi. Although the progress was slow, it was still improvement. Sooner or later, she would have some achievements. After finishing her cultivation, Zhong Xiaohua stood up. Just as she walked to the door of the straw hut, she heard a female voice calling her from outside. Zhong Xiaohua, are you here? It sounded very unfamiliar. It wasn't Qiu Tong's voice. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly ran out and saw a girl standing far away. Upon closer inspection, it was Qiu Ju. Qiu Ju stood far away shyly and called out softly. When she saw Zhong Xiaohua come out, she quickly raised her hand and greeted her. Zhong Xiaohua lightly ran over and looked at Qiu Ju, who was blushing. She asked, elder sister Qiu Ju, is there anything you need from me? Qiu Ju said softly, Miss asked me to inform you that the martial arts exhibition will be held today. She wants you to pack up and go to the inner courtyard. In a while, the Misty School will send someone to pick you up. Zhong Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Is that so? Elder Sister Choju? The competition is starting today. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll go pack up. After speaking, she turned to go to the straw hut. But after taking a few steps, she awkwardly came back and said, Elder Sister Choju, I don't think there's anything to pack. Let's go now. Choju covered her mouth and smiled. The martial arts exhibition will be held for a few days. Although you don't need to pack anything, you should still put the things in the straw hut into the small house first. There won't be anyone in the medicine field these few days. When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but blush. She chuckled and thanked Choju for the reminder. She quickly ran back to the straw hut and packed up everything. Only after bringing everything back to the small house did she follow Choju to the inner courtyard. It was the same small courtyard where they had set off to the south last time. A young man dressed in tight clothes was already impatiently waiting there. He kept pacing back and forth. When he saw Choju and Zhong Xiaohua walking over, he frowned deeply. Although Zhong Xiaohua was walking behind Choju, she had long seen the man's displeased expression. Zhong Xiaohua guessed that perhaps he had waited for too long and was feeling impatient. Thus, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and passed Choju. She cupped her hands and bowed to the man. Senior Marshal Brother, I'm very sorry to have troubled you. The man's brows didn't loosen. He coldly looked up and down at Zhong Xiaohua and replied, I'm very sorry. You're not from our Misty school. I can't accept this Senior Marshal Brother. Please take it back. Are you the candidate for this year's Huanxi Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition? When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she was very embarrassed. Usually, she would call Nai Xiao and the others as Senior Marshal Brother. Seeing that this person was about the same age as them, she called him Senior Marshal Brother. She didn't expect to be rebuffed so quickly. It seemed that this Misty school wasn't all amiable people. Hearing that person's question, Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly replied, Yes, this one is participating in the martial arts exhibition. The corner of the man's mouth pulled down and he sneered. I heard that Huanxi Mountain Villa hasn't done such a disappointing thing for many years. It's strange that someone doesn't know what's good for them today. However, looking at your age, there's no harm in it. Hee, just take it as an eye-opener. Zhong Xiaohua was puzzled. He wanted to ask what was going on, but the person in front of him looked like he was unapproachable. He did not want to get close to him, so he did not bother to ask. He would find out in a while anyway, so why bother asking now? Choju was at the side. Looking at that person's face, she felt unhappy. Unfortunately, she wasn't Qiu Tong and didn't have Ouyang Yang's support. Adding on to her weak personality, she didn't know how to criticize that person. She only looked at Zhong Xiaohua, who was half a head lower than her, and said, Zhong Xiaohua, I'll send you here. Go with him. The Misty School will naturally have someone to arrange it for you. Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said, Okay, big sister Choju. Thank you. When I win, I'll tell you first when I come back. Choju pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, we'll wait for your good news. When you compete, be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat and don't hurt your body. Zhong Xiaohua said, I know. Big sister Choju, you can go back. The person next to her snorted and sneered, Win? Just don't get beaten up badly. However, your sister warned you well. Why don't you ask her to embroider a white handkerchief for you with the words hero, spare my life? When you can't win, just throw the handkerchief away. When Choju heard this, her face turned red with anger. Zhong Xiaohua was also angry. She stared at that person and said, What does it have to do with you when we're talking? Are the people of Huanxi Manor as cowardly as you say? Why don't I report this to my manor head? What do you think? When that person heard her mention Ouyang Yang, he couldn't help but feel guilty and said, This, Choju was a kind person. She quickly smoothed things over and said, That's enough. Huanxi Manor and the Misty School are one. It's already late, so let's hurry up and leave. Seeing Choju like this, Zhong Xiaohua also smiled and said, I know, big sister Choju. Then she said to that person, Why aren't you leaving? I'm still waiting to be beaten up. That person didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked to the tree. He untied the reins tied to the tree and led 2 horses to Zhong Xiaohua, saying, "Then please get on the horses, great hero." Looking at the handsome horses in front of her, Zhong Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. She hesitated and didn't go forward. That person smiled and said, "Great hero, please get on the horses." Zhong Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Forget it. It's only a few steps away. We can just walk. There's no need to ride these horses." That person didn't give up and said, Then what? If we don't ride a horse, won't it show that our Misty school has no etiquette? Please get on the horses." Zhong Xiaohua scratched her head and muttered, But, I still don't know how to ride a horse." That person narrowed his eyes and said, "It's okay. These horses are the most docile. Just sit on it. There's no need to know how to ride a horse." Zhong Xiaohua didn't believe him and asked, "Really?" That person patted his chest and said, "Really? Let's go quickly. We won't make it if we're late." Only then did Zhong Xiaohua step forward and said, "Okay then. Don't lie to me." That person saw that Zhong Xiaohua didn't even know how to get on a horse. He walked to Zhong Xiaohua's side and handed the reins to Zhong Xiaohua. Then he put his hands under Zhong Xiaohua's armpits and used a bit of strength to lift Zhong Xiaohua onto the horse's back. Then he put his feet in the stirrups and hit the horses but with his hand and said, "No, how could I lie to you?" But in her heart she said, "It would be strange if I didn't lie to you." Then she was surprised. This youth's physique doesn't look thin or weak. How can he be so light? How strange. After the horse was hit by that person, it immediately let out a long neigh and raised its front hooves, almost throwing Zhong Xiaohua to the ground. It scared Zhong Xiaohua so much that she tightly held onto the reins, her small face somewhat pale. The horse's front hooves landed on the ground and it immediately exerted force with its back hooves, shooting out like an arrow. Seeing this, Qiuju's expression also changed and said, "How can you do this? Aren't you afraid that Zhong Xiaohua will get hurt?" That person laughed and said, "Zhong Xiaohua, haha, a little girl's name. It's okay, Qiuju, right? This horse is very docile. I didn't say anything wrong. It's just that it's a bit fast. Moreover, this old horse knows the way. It won't go anywhere else." After saying this, she also pulled the reins and swung the stirrups to get on the horse. With a tug of the reins and a clamp of her legs, she didn't use any strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped away. Only Qiuju was left looking at the empty small courtyard. She stomped her small feet a few times and turned to enter the inner courtyard. Zhong Xiaohua fell into that person's trap and almost fell off the horse. Then, the horse galloped out of the small courtyard like lightning. At the beginning, Zhong Xiaohua tightly held onto the reins of the horse. Her body swayed left and right, almost falling off every time. It scared Zhong Xiaohua so much that her soul almost fell to the ground. When the horse left the small courtyard and went on a straight path, Zhong Xiaohua's body finally stabilized. After her body stabilized, Zhong Xiaohua's mind also calmed down. The person from the Misty School was right. The horse was very handsome and had a docile character. Riding on the horse, although it was fast, it was very stable. Not long after, Zhong Xiaohua got used to this speed. Her small buttocks swayed left and right as she slowly adjusted her center of gravity. She liked the feeling of leaving everything behind. However, before she could enjoy the pleasure of galloping, in front of her was the side door of Huanxi Manor. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought that she didn't know how to stop the horse. What should she do? Seeing that the side door was getting closer and closer, and the mole on the guard's face could be seen clearly, Zhong Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, I'm a newbie. Get out of the way, I'm a newbie." The guard of Huanxi Manor had already heard the sound of the horse's hooves and saw 2 unusually handsome horses galloping out of the small door of the inner courtyard. When the 2 horses came in, he had already checked and knew that they were brought in by the people from the Misty School. But if the horses wanted to go out, he still had to stop and check. After all, it was his duty. Moreover, he didn't know who was sitting on the horse in front of him. The tall horse only had half of its head exposed, so he couldn't see the face clearly. Who knew who it was? But when he saw that the horse was already in front of him and didn't stop, he was puzzled. Then he heard someone shout, "Get out of the way." The guard sneered and thought to himself, "Get out of the way? How can I get out of the way without checking? How can I let you go out?" And the last sentence, "I'm a newbie," made him even more puzzled. What did it mean? But when the horse rushed in front of him and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, he instantly understood that this was what a newbie meant. The horse rushed straight over with a force of 1,000 pounds. Who would dare to stop it directly? Fortunately, the guard's martial arts were excellent. He immediately dodged and fell to the ground, barely dodging the horse. When the horse leaped over him, the guard took a peek. Wasn't the person riding on the horse the youth from the medicine field? What was going on? When the horse galloped past the side door, the guard jumped up from the ground like a carp and patted the dust off his body. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone say, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, I have an urgent matter." The guard thought to himself, "Get out of the way again, could it be a newbie?" When he raised his head, he saw that the horse behind him had also galloped in front of him and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He had no choice but to roll over and fall to the ground. -1. Chapter 168. Ha ha ha. The man from the Misty School saw the guard of the Huanxi villa fall to the ground, but he did not stop and said, "Brother, sorry, I am in a hurry." With that, he took out a waist token from his arms, which was given to him when he entered the villa just now. He threw it on the ground, then shook the reins and chased after Zhong Xiaohua. When the man drove the horse through the side door, the guard did not immediately get up. He looked up and saw that there were no more galloping horses behind him. Then he stood up like a carp, patted the dust off his body, and walked over to pick up the waist token. He curled his lips and spat on the ground with a bar sound. He secretly cursed, "XXX, aren't you just a disciple of the Misty School? What's so great about you? You let me practice carp jumping twice. When I gain power one day, I will let you do push-ups every day." Unfortunately, the disciple of the Misty School had already gone far. How could he hear him? Perhaps, the guard said that because he was far away. Besides, Zhong Xiaohua shouted and walked. He actually rushed out of the side door of the Huanxi villa. Zhong Xiaohua could not help but feel proud of his quick wit. Zhong Xiaohua did not know how to control the horse. Fortunately, the horse knew the way and did not need Zhong Xiaohua to worry. Seeing the horse following the road out of the Huanxi villa and running towards the ethereal villa, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was relieved. There were many collisions on the road. Perhaps the horse was a good steed and avoided all of them. Perhaps the words of Zhong Xiaohua, "Get out of the way, I am a novice," played a role and gave others a hint. In short, they all safely avoided. When the horse ran to the straight road in front of the Misty Mountain Villa, Zhong Xiaohua's heart was finally at ease. The shouting along the way made him feel that his throat was dry. However, before Zhong Xiaohua felt relieved, the horse had already run to the front of the archway of the ethereal mountain villa. There were some guards in front of the archway. Seeing that the horse was in front of them, Zhong Xiaohua saw that the horse had no intention of stopping. She had no choice but to raise her voice again and shouted, "Get out of the way, I'm a novice." When the guards saw the horse in front of them, they didn't panic and didn't dodge. Zhong Xiaohua became more anxious and shouted even louder, "Get out of the way, I'm a novice, get out of the way, I'm a novice." When the guards heard this, they had strange expressions on their faces, but they still stood straight. When the horse got close enough, one of them let out a sound that sounded like whoosh tilde. The horse's galloping body immediately stopped and its four hooves steadily stopped in front of the guards. Zhong Xiaohua, who was on the horse's back, was miserable. She thought that her shout had reached the ears of the guards. Presumably, they would dodge and her horse would rush into the archway like before. But who expected that the horse would suddenly stop? She had to admit that the horse was really handsome. Zhong Xiaohua was caught off guard. She immediately turned over from the horse's back and flew into the air like a cloud, rushing to the archway in front of her. The guard in front of her was also surprised and said, "She's really a novice." She immediately tapped the tip of her foot and leaped up. Using her qinggong, she flew in the direction of Zhong Xiaohua, preparing to catch Zhong Xiaohua's body from below. But just as she was about to catch Zhong Xiaohua, something strange happened. When Zhong Xiaohua flew off the horse's back, her hand was still firmly holding onto the reins. When her body flew into the air, the reins reached the end and immediately stopped her flying momentum. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohua stopped flying forward and landed straight on the ground. In fact, when Zhong Xiaohua flew off from the horse's back, he immediately thought of using the footwork of the ethereal steps, or some other techniques, or a method to stabilize his body and land gracefully. But once she flew off the horse's back, she couldn't control her body. How could she have the time to use any techniques? That guard used his qinggong to wait for her at the place where Zhong Xiaohua flew out. Moreover, the reins of the horse had changed the direction of Zhong Xiaohua. By the time the guard saw her, she had already used up all her strength and couldn't move anymore. She could only watch helplessly as Zhong Xiaohua fell straight on the ground with a pa sound, raising a cloud of dust. That guard couldn't help but grit his teeth. Using his hands to cover his eyes, he secretly said, "How tragic." But it was unknown if he was talking about himself or Zhong Xiaohua. In the history of the Misty School, such a thing had never happened before. It was really unprecedented and would never happen again. Luckily, Zhong Xiaohua's main force had been dissipated by the reins of the horse. He fell from such a high place only because he was dizzy and didn't know how to deal with it. Otherwise, at such a height, even a little boy might not be able to handle it. Therefore, by the time the guard ran over, he had already stood up. That guard saw Zhong Xiaohua standing up and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhong Xiaohua patted the dust on her body and said, "Oh, I'm fine. Just my clothes are dirty." When that guard heard, he smiled and asked again, "Who are you? Why are you riding our Misty School's horse?" Before Zhong Xiaohua could answer, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard from behind. Zhong Xiaohua didn't raise her head and said in a bad mood, "Ask that guy behind me." Sure enough, when the person from Misty School came closer and whispered into the guard's ear, that guard also had a strange smile on his face. He patted Zhong Xiaohua's shoulder and praised, "Good, you're brave." Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand, but looking at the face of that person from Misty School, she said fiercely, "How dare you trick me?" That person spread out his hands and said with an innocent face, "No, I'm just telling the truth. Horses are very gentle." Zhong Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "Then why did you hit the horse's butt?" That person shrugged and said, "Brother, your sister Choju already said that it was getting late. Didn't I also want you to hurry to our Misty School? I also made a mistake out of kindness." Zhong Xiaohua angrily said, "Is your surname Zhong?" That person was stunned and said, "My surname is Jiang, not Zhong." Zhong Xiaohua said with a straight face, "Since your surname isn't Zhong, then don't call me brother. When your surname is Zhong, then we'll talk about it." After saying this, she turned around and walked past the decorated archway with her head held high. The man from the ethereal sect was stunned. Looking at Zhong Xiaohua's short back, he chuckled in annoyance. He turned around to lead two horses and followed after him. Poor Zhong Xiaohua. She hadn't even participated in the martial arts exhibition and had already suffered such a loss. It really wasn't a good omen. Who knew what the future martial arts exhibition would be like? After turning around the decorated archway, they were faced with a large and empty plaza. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned and stopped in her tracks. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua stop in her tracks, Mr. Jiang was also bewildered. However, he didn't stop walking. He walked past Zhong Xiaohua and continued to lead his horse forward. Just as he walked past one shoulder, he heard Zhong Xiaohua shout, "Yi!" Strange. Mr. Jiang couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What's wrong? What's strange about it?" Zhong Xiaohua glared at him in a bad mood and said, "Did I talk to you? Why do you like to talk to people so much? Why is this plaza so deserted? It doesn't look like there's going to be a meeting." Mr. Jiang rolled his eyes and said, "What did you think it should look like?" Zhong Xiaohua said in high spirits, "I thought that this plaza would at least have a stage the height of two people. There would be countless disciples watching from below, and there would be disciples competing on the stage." Mr. Jiang laughed out loud and said, "You're talking about the stage in your hometown, right? Our Misty School doesn't have one like that." Zhong Xiaohua was stunned. He thought to himself, that's right, I was talking about the stage where I watched the show in Lu's Hen. She couldn't help but blush as she said timidly, then what does the martial arts exhibition look like? Mr. Jiang sneered and said, what the martial arts exhibition looks like, you'll naturally know once you enter the Misty School's gates. If we were to set up a stage in the plaza outside our gates like you, our Misty School wouldn't be able to mingle in the Jianghu anymore. We would lose all face. After saying this, he ignored Zhong Xiaohua and walked straight to the side door. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Mr. Jiang's back for a while and could only quickly chase after him. After passing through the side door, Mr. Jiang handed the horse over to a professional before turning around to call for Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua had an unhappy expression as she walked through the side door. But when she walked through the side door, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. In the plaza in front of her, there were actually many small stages standing there. Zhong Xiaohua had a puzzled expression and turned to ask Mr. Jiang, didn't you say that there was no stage? Mr. Jiang had an innocent expression and said, I only said that our Misty School doesn't have a stage, but I didn't say that there were so many stages. Look, there's more than one in front of you. Zhong Xiaohua gritted her teeth and didn't say anything else. The plaza in front of her was very large. There were many small stages that were the height of two people set up in an orderly manner. It was smaller than the stages that they usually watched during the New Year in Lu Town. There was not a single person on the stages. There were quite a lot of people in the plaza, but they didn't gather together to watch the show. Instead, some people hurried away while others gathered together and gestured about something. But the entire plaza didn't look like it was in a mess, and it wasn't noisy either. It looked like everything was in order. However, Zhong Xiaohua looked at the scene in front of her and felt that it was a little awkward. But she couldn't put her finger on it. Seeing Zhong Xiaohua acting like a country bumpkin entering the city, Mr. Jiang was very disdainful. He distanced himself from Zhong Xiaohua and acted as if he didn't know him. But after waiting for a while, he saw that Zhong Xiaohua was still ignoring him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and went forward to say, Zhong Xiaohua, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Let people see you, a wooden chicken. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said in surprise, isn't the martial arts exhibition right here? Where are we going? Mr. Jiang sneered and said, who told you that the martial arts exhibition is here? Did I say that? Let's go. I'll send you there quickly. I still have my own things to do. I really don't know what you're thinking. You want me to go to the villa to pick you up? You can come by yourself. Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood. She immediately said, if you have something to do, then hurry up and do it. I'll go by myself. Mr. Jiang hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't get me into trouble. Look at you. You won't give up until you cause trouble. I'd better send you there personally. Seeing that the other party didn't trust her, there was nothing she could say. Zhong Xiaohua could only obediently follow behind Mr. Jiang and walk into the depths of the Misty Mountain Villa. This was Zhong Xiaohua's third time entering the Misty School. The scene was very different from the previous 2 times. Along the way, as long as there was a large square, there would be many small arenas. Zhong Xiaohua carefully counted. Just the ones that she saw, there were dozens of them. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was the use of so many arenas? Were they all used for martial arts competitions? But looking at Mr. Jiang's expression, Zhong Xiaohua didn't want to be a curious child. She didn't know how big the Misty Mountain Villa was. Mr. Jiang had already led Zhong Xiaohua for a long time, but they still hadn't reached the place. The more they walked, the more confused Zhong Xiaohua became. Wasn't it just participating in the martial arts exhibition? Why did they have to walk to the innermost part? Weren't there many arenas in the square outside? Oh, that's not right. They were arenas. After passing through several winding corridors and small courtyards, they finally arrived at a large gate with a high wall. The red lacquered gate was tightly shut and was much larger than the gates of the other small courtyards. The wall was also very high and stretched very far, as if it was an independent place. Mr. Jiang walked forward and used all his strength to knock on the door knocker. Immediately, The door creaked open and a head poked out. Seeing that it was Mr. Jiang, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you arrive so late?" "The martial arts exhibition is about to begin." Mr. Jiang immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Steward Shu, the brat from the Huanxi Mountain Villa took his time. I also hurried over." That person looked at Zhong Xiaohua behind Mr. Jiang and said with dissatisfaction, "You clearly know that Boss Ou comes here first every year. Why didn't you come earlier?" "All right, hurry up and come in." Mr. Jiang turned around and pulled Zhong Xiaohua's sleeve, saying in a low voice, "All right, this is the place. Zhong Xiaohua, this is our Misty School's Young Eagle Hall's Steward Shu. Follow him in." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Steward Shu and hurriedly turned around and left, as if he didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Zhong Xiaohua looked strangely at Mr. Jiang's back as he left. She couldn't help but say with envy, "This guy's character is terrible, but his qinggong is still very authentic." Steward Shu was already unhappy when he saw Zhong Xiaohua's foolish look. He frowned and said, "Young man, are you going to participate in the martial arts exhibition? Why aren't you coming in?" Only then did Zhong Xiaohua return to her senses. She hurriedly cupped her hands and entered the courtyard through the red lacquered gate. Zhong Xiaohua didn't enter the courtyard, but once she did, she was even more surprised. What was going on here? This was a plaza that was more than 3 times larger than the plaza behind the Misty School's decorated archway. There were also countless small arenas set up in the plaza. However, in the middle of the plaza, there was a square arena that was even larger than Lucian's stage during the New Year. There were already a few people standing on it. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already noticed that sect leader Ou Peng was among them. Actually, this wasn't the main reason why Zhong Xiaohua was surprised. What she was surprised about was that the plaza was filled with people. These people all had tender smiles on their faces and their hair had yet to fade. Most of them were even shorter than Zhong Xiaohua and looked to be in their teens. What was going on here? Just as Zhong Xiaohua was surprised, she suddenly saw 2 familiar faces at the back of the crowd. These 2 people's faces were alternating between green and red, and their expressions were very awkward. Who else could it be but Shangguan Yun and Yu Deity of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Although the 2 people were standing at the back, their height was incompatible with the surrounding youths. They really stood out from the crowd. Moreover, although the youths' expressions were childish, they stood upright and looked like they were well trained. Although everyone was looking forward, there were still some people who would secretly glance back at these 2 strange outsiders. With so many people looking at them, the 2 people's hearts grew cold and they felt uncomfortable standing to the left and right. Just as the 2 people's hearts were filled with regret, they suddenly saw the door open and a familiar person came in. They were overjoyed and wanted to wave and call out, but when they saw Zhong Xiaohua's figure, which was similar to the youth beside her, they raised their hands but didn't call out. Zhong Xiaohua was also overjoyed when she saw a familiar face. When Steward Shu saw this, he naturally knew that the 3 people were familiar with each other. He nodded and pointed to the 2 people, then hurriedly went to other places. When Zhong Xiaohua saw that the steward had gone far away, she ran to Shangguan Yun and Yu Dei's side and cupped her hands in greeting. She couldn't wait to ask, "Brother De, what's going on?" Yu Dei opened her mouth and was about to speak when a soft and deep voice sounded from the stage. "Now, I announce the official start of the Misty School's martial arts exhibition. Next, let's invite our sect leader Ou to speak." Thus, a wave of orderly applause sounded. The eyes of the group of 10-year-old youths in the square shone with reverence as they stared straight at the tall stage. No, it was Ou Peng who was slowly standing up on the stage. Ou Peng stood in the middle of the stage and pressed his hands in the air. The applause under the stage immediately stopped, as if it had been rehearsed for a long time. Ou Peng nodded in satisfaction and then began to speak. Ou Peng's voice wasn't loud, but even though Zhong Xiaohua was standing far away on the other side of the square, she could still hear him very clearly. She heard Ou Peng speak, "Disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall, in this season of spring, when winter passes and spring comes, when all living things come back to life, when spring warms and flowers bloom, when the sun is bright and beautiful, we welcome the annual martial arts exhibition. Here, I have a few words to say to all of you. I have to say these words every year, and I have to mention them every year. Don't be annoyed. This is the hope and care that we, the older generation, have for you. You are the rising sun, and this era belongs to you. If you are rich, misty wealth will be misty wealth. If you are strong, misty strength will be misty strength. We, the older generation, have watched you grow up. You are the hope of Misty School. Today, I am standing here to speak to you. A few years later, I will be one of you, standing here to speak to your juniors. Misty is the misty that is passed down from generation to generation. As long as you can stand out, we are not afraid of dying on the beach. Sect leader OU's speech actually lasted for half the time it took to eat a meal, and he didn't stop at all. His earnest words reverberated in the air above the square. The faces of all the disciples were flushed red, and their small fists were tightly clenched. It was as if they had been encouraged to see the beautiful hope that OU Peng described. Only Zhong Xiaohua and the others could hear the reverberating sound. They couldn't help but be shocked. This OU Peng's internal energy was too profound. Zhong Xiaohua even thought that if there were beams in the square, wouldn't the sound echo for 3 days? -1. Chapter 169. OU Peng spoke eloquently for a long time before finally saying, "Young Eagle Hall disciples, the first rank of commoners is the beginning of the Misty School's disciples. Only after you pass the first rank of commoners can you be considered a true disciple of our Misty School. Since the first session of the martial arts exhibition, the previous sect masters have always announced the start of the exhibition at your place. Today is no exception. I now announce that the martial arts exhibition has officially begun. I hope you can achieve good results and live up to the people in the sect who care about you, and live up to the sweat you've shed." At this point, the audience burst into thunderous cheers and applause. Zhong Xiaohua also seemed to understand from the applause. He Tianshu's strange expression, Jiang Mohan's appearance, and Shangguan Yun's and Yu Dei's faces. The first rank of commoners was clearly a test for the 10-year-old disciples of the Misty School. It was a competition for children, so why did the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Mountain Manor blindly meddle in it? Even looking at the surrounding children, many of them were only 7 or 8 years old. These were all extremely talented people, and perhaps their subordinates had real martial arts. Letting Yu Dei and the others compete with these children, if they lost, they would naturally lose face. Even if they won, what was there to say? Were they very proud? Zhong Xiaohua also instantly understood the real reason why the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Mountain Manor hadn't participated in the martial arts exhibition for decades. The predecessor of the Misty School who set the rules was truly filthy to the extreme. Who would compete with these children who weren't even 10 years old? Did you welcome the people of Huanxi Mountain Manor and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to participate? If you didn't welcome them, then just say so. Why did you have to beat around the bush and only allow them to participate in the first rank of commoners? Zhong Xiaohua was completely speechless. However, looking at the group of children whose eyes were bloodshot because of Sect Master OU's encouragement, and comparing their height, Zhong Xiaohua didn't seem to be much taller than them. Then looking at Shangguan Yun and Yu Dei who were standing there with their hands tied, Zhong Xiaohua was secretly delighted. In a while, how would you compete with the children? Could it be that Yu Dei could break the children's palms? What about gang leader OU's expression? Zhong Xiaohua thought maliciously. Leaving aside the little devil in Zhong Xiaohua's heart that was secretly laughing, the hundreds of youths in the arena were methodically divided into different groups by some disciples who didn't look young, and rushed to their respective arenas. Only Zhong Xiaohua and the other two stood to the side as if they were idling around. Once again, they received a lot of supercilious looks from the other youths. The people on the big fighting ring had already dispersed, and OU Peng was nowhere to be seen. Most likely, he had gone outside to continue fooling the other members. There was only the sound of hurried footsteps in the square. There was no noise like when Zhong Xiaohua saw children walking in the Guozhuang house. Zhong Xiaohua was secretly amazed. This god's favored son was really different. Thinking about it, if she was his age, wouldn't she be jumping for joy? These children were indeed so calm, as if they were used to this. All of them had the appearance of great talents. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua thought of something. No wonder second brother didn't participate in this martial arts exhibition. If he came to compete with these children for a rank 1 commoner robe, how funny would that be? Not long after, the flow of people in the square stopped. All the youths were in their positions. Steward Shu hurriedly ran over with 3 small plates in his hand. With an apologetic expression, he said to Zhong Xiaohua and the others, "The 3 of you have been waiting for a long time. Because Huanxi Manor and Lotus Escort Agency haven't participated in this competition for decades, their special plates have long been lost. These plates have just been obtained from elsewhere. It just so happens that a few disciples are ill and can't participate. Please use these plates." After he finished speaking, he handed over the plates. Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen the numbers on them. They were respectively 2, 250, and 111. Seeing Steward Shu hand over the plates to her, she wanted to reach out and take the plate with the number 111. However, she didn't expect that Shangguan Yun and Yu Dei would both step forward and stand in front of her. How could Zhong Xiaohua's height be compared to theirs? With this step forward, they immediately blocked her behind them. After the 2 of them finished choosing, Steward Shu only had a plate with the number 250 left in his hand. He held it up, his eyes full of smiles as he looked at Zhong Xiaohua with interest. Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to take the number 250. She stole a glance at the plates in Shangguan Yun and Yu Dei's hands and thought maliciously, "One is 2, very brainless. The other is 111, I'll let you be alone for the rest of your life. How dare you compete with me?" When Steward Shu saw that the 3 of them had already divided the plates, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, the 3 of you, come with me. Let's participate in the competition of the martial arts exhibition together." After he finished speaking, he turned around and led the 3 of them to the center of the square. They walked to a small ring in the center. There was a group of youths who looked about the same size as Zhong Xiaohua. Half of them were even taller than Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua was happy. If she was in this group, wouldn't she be very ordinary? Even if she lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. But coincidentally, Steward Shu said, "This is a group with small numbers. Whoever is number 2, stay here and be in the same group as them." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua's face was full of regret. Yu Dei, on the other hand, stood out very reluctantly. Standing in the group of youths, she was a head taller than them. Zhong Xiaohua was secretly happy again. "Ha ha, who asked you to compete with me for the number?" Shangguan Yun's situation was the same. However, his group of youths were obviously younger and shorter. Shangguan Yun was also from a tall family. In the end, only Zhong Xiaohua followed Steward Shu to a corner. In fact, when she saw Shangguan Yun's group, Zhong Xiaohua had an ominous feeling in her heart. Moreover, looking at the age and height of each group, Zhong Xiaohua's premonition became stronger. When Steward Shu stopped in front of a small ring in the corner, Zhong Xiaohua's heart immediately turned cold. Her premonition had come true. In front of her was a group of half-grown children who were shorter than her by a head. Looking at their faces that still had milk hair, Zhong Xiaohua secretly complained in her heart. Could it be that this group of children were only 7 or 8 years old? The 2 disciples who were looking after this group of children were about the same age as Steward Shu. The 2 of them were tidying up their affairs. Steward Shu said to them, "Old Li, Old Ma, these are the people from Huanxi Manor who are participating in the written examination. Take care of them." One of them raised his head in amazement and said, "Why is someone from Huanxi Manor in our group? Why don't we let him go to the first group?" Steward Shu smiled and said, "It's the same no matter which group. Old Ma, his number is 250. He happens to be in your group." Old Ma looked at Zhong Xiaohua and shook his head, saying, "All right, if you say so, then so be it. Anyway, I don't care." Steward Shu nodded at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Then you'll be in this group and listen to Leader Ma's arrangement." Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her fists in thanks. Steward Shu smiled and turned around to leave. Old Ma pointed to the group of children standing next to him and said to Zhong Xiaohua, "You go over and stand with them first. We'll be done here soon." Zhong Xiaohua responded and obediently stood over. Zhong Xiaohua stood among the children who were a head shorter than her. She looked left and right and felt very bored, so she called out in a low voice, "Little brothers." As soon as her voice fell, a child who looked a little older next to her looked at Zhong Xiaohua with clear big eyes and asked curiously, "Your surname is Chang?" Zhong Xiaohua was stunned and said with a smile, "Little brother, big brother's surname is not Chang. Big brother's surname is Zhong." When the child heard this, he immediately stopped smiling and said with a straight face, "Since your surname is not Chang, then don't call me little brother. Wait until your surname is Chang." Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua's smile froze on her face. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry in her heart. She had just given a nail to that Jiang person, and now it was returned to her. She couldn't even say anything. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, "Could it be that there's no one with the surname Zhong here?" All the children were silent. The child with the surname Chang narrowed his eyes and said, "There is." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she immediately asked, "Which one is it?" The child smiled and said, "There was originally one, but unfortunately, he ate secretly last night and had diarrhea this morning. He couldn't come to the competition, so you took this 250 number plate." Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but wail in her heart. Poor child, why did he have to steal now? How unlucky. Sigh, she didn't know if this unlucky child was referring to her. Or was it a child who stole food that she hadn't seen before? Not long after, Team Leader Ma and Team Leader Li finished preparing everything and walked over. They said to Zhong Xiaohua and the others, "All right, everyone is ready. This year's competition will be the same as previous years. Our group will have 10 people, and will follow a round-robin system. Everyone in the group will fight against the other 9 people. If you're knocked off the stage or can't fight back, you'll be considered to have lost. If you fight for more than an incense stick's worth of time, you'll be considered to have tied. If you win, you'll get 3 points, if you draw, you'll get 1 point, and if you lose, you'll get 1 point. Oh right, during the competition, you can't kill anyone. If you do, you'll automatically lose the right to compete. Also, you must pay attention to your strength and try not to injure others. If the other party has already admitted defeat or has lost the ability to fight back, you must immediately stop. If you injure someone, it will be considered a failure and a point will be deducted. Do you all understand?" All the children said, "Understood." Thus, Zhong Xiaohua's participation in the martial arts assembly competition officially began. Team leader Li lit an incense stick at the side and then counted 2 numbers. Immediately, 2 children walked out from the crowd and quickly walked to the front of the stage. With a leap, they displayed their light body techniques and leaped onto the stage that was as tall as a person. Seeing this scene, Zhong Xiaohua immediately understood why he felt awkward looking at those stages in the public square earlier. These stages didn't have ladders. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but complain. What should he do? When it was his turn, how was he supposed to go up? However, the competition on the stage quickly made him forget about this problem. Valuing the enemy was the same as valuing oneself. From the beginning, Zhong Xiaohua had never dared to underestimate the Misty School opponents. Even when he had initially planned to participate in the martial arts assembly, he had always treated the Misty School opponents as his opponents. But just now, facing those children who were much younger than him and a head smaller than him, he really didn't have any thoughts of treating them as his opponents. To tell the truth, he had underestimated this bunch of Misty School children. However, the children on the stage had given Zhong Xiaohua a solid lesson. You can't judge a book by its cover, just like how the sea can't be measured with a pint pot. The 2 children on the stage, although they weren't old and weren't small, but when they displayed their martial arts, they weren't careless at all. One of his fists opened and closed, attacking openly. His fists were heavy and full of inner strength. The other one's light body techniques were excellent, like a swallow returning to the forest, a butterfly flying to the flowers, dodging left and right with ease. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua, who was below the stage, was dumbstruck. Were these still children who weren't even 10 years old yet? Looking at those ingenious moves and light footwork, could it be that they had trained hard for many years? Furthermore, looking at those fists which gave rise to the wind and his palms which were fierce, it was needless to say that they contained inner strength. Such a small wimpy child was able to cultivate such powerful inner strength mental cultivation methods. How could an ordinary person survive? However, Zhong Xiaohua had forgotten that the Misty School only recruited disciples once a year, and those who were recruited were all geniuses who were 1 in 10,000. How could an ordinary youth from the countryside like him compare to them? Furthermore, this Misty School's Young Eagle Hall was originally the cradle for nurturing the future disciples of the Misty School. They didn't participate in the affairs of the association. Most of the people in the hall were martial arts masters who had rich experience in educating people. They taught according to their aptitude, had a large amount of precious medicinal herbs, and also had rare inner strength mental cultivation methods, fist techniques, and a series of advantageous conditions. How could they not have such powerful martial arts? In fact, this was the real reason why the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Manor hadn't participated in the martial arts exhibition for decades. Most of the guards and escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency had joined the agency with their skills. Their qualifications and conditions were absolutely incomparable to this group of talented youths. If they were to compete, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. As for Huanxi Manor, who could participate in the martial arts exhibition, they were naturally inferior to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, and were at a disadvantage in the competition. After a long time, they even stopped participating. Alas, thinking about it, no matter who it was, they couldn't compare to a group of 10-year-old youths, whose self-esteem wouldn't suffer a serious blow. Fortunately, Zhong Xiaohua had always been beaten down by others, so she didn't care about this time. No matter if it was a youth or a toddler, it was just a matter of one more blow or one less blow. Very quickly, the time it took to burn a stick of incense was up. The 2 children in the ring didn't have a clear winner, and leader Ma treated it as a draw. Following that, 2 more children entered the ring. The following match didn't end in a draw, but the strength of the 2 was almost the same. In the end, it was a child who looked slightly older who used a deceptive move to deceive his opponent's eyes. With a sweep of his leg, he kicked his opponent to the ground and won. The third match was the child surnamed Chang. Zhong Xiaohua paid attention. That child used a set of palm techniques. He circled around his opponent and attacked. His opponent was obviously no match for him, and only used a set of fist techniques to meet his opponent. After a short while, he was exhausted and couldn't care less. He was ambushed by Chang Mao and stamped on his chest, forcing him to forfeit and surrender. After Chang Mao won, he wasn't complacent. Instead, he gave Zhong Xiaohua a provocative look before jumping down from the ring. Like a willow catkin, he landed without a sound. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but admire him. What a wonderful qinggong. After watching the first 4 matches, Zhong Xiaohua had a general impression of the other 8 children in her group. There were 3 children who were the best, then there were 2 children who were slightly worse, and there were 3 children. Zhong Xiaohua felt that they were about the same as her, so they should be the worst. She didn't know how good the martial arts of the last child who would compete with her was. When Zhong Xiaohua looked at the child next to her, she found that he was also staring at her. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. This little brat. However, why didn't he think about it? There were 10 people, and 5 of them had a place to advance. You just joined and wanted to snatch a place away. Furthermore, you wouldn't get any benefits from this place. If you could do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting yourself, why couldn't others stare at you? Following that, it was Zhong Xiaohua's turn to be the last 2 in her group. After that child received team leader Ma's nod, he immediately walked forward and with a flying sparrow hawk, he flew up the ring. His posture was very light, and it was obvious that his qinggong was quite good. Zhong Xiaohua, who was behind, secretly praised him in her heart. But looking at the 16 eyes beside him, they were probably used to seeing this. Zhong Xiaohua quickly walked to the front of the ring and looked left and right. From time to time, she touched her chin. Then, she walked to a corner under the ring and placed her palms on a support. She was about to climb up. Team leader Ma immediately shouted, "Number 250, what are you doing?" Zhong Xiaohua turned her head and said, "Team leader Ma, I'm going up the ring." Up the ring? Team leader Ma was also stunned and asked curiously, "Then why are you going below the ring?" Zhong Xiaohua had an innocent look and said, "I'm going to climb up. If I don't go below the ring, where else can I go? Your Misty school is really something. Such a high ring, why don't you set up a ladder or something? Our Lu Town's opera stage has a ladder." Bang tilde team leader Chang almost fell on the spot. Then, with a trembling voice, he probed a little and asked in disbelief, "Number 250, don't tell me you've never learned Qigong before?" Zhong Xiaohua found it strange. She looked at team leader Chang and said, "I've never learned it before. What's so strange about it?" Team leader Chang stared at Zhong Xiaohua for a long time as if he was looking at a monster. He asked again, "Then how long have you been practicing martial arts?" Zhong Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, "About a year." Pu tilde team leader Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. "Oh, that's not right." It was a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he said weakly, "Then you dare to participate in the martial arts exhibition?" Zhong Xiaohua found it even more strange and said, "Why can't I participate? I won't get hurt or take anyone's life. I'm here to learn more." Team leader Chang was speechless. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Forget it, don't climb up. Who knows how many years have passed since our martial arts exhibition was founded. There has never been a contestant who climbed up the ring. You can be considered the first. In a while, I'll go find Steward Shu. The rules of this martial arts exhibition need to be changed. Anyone who climbs up the ring will be considered to have forfeited. -1. Chapter 170. Zhong Xiaohua immediately raised her hand and retorted, "Leader Chang, you are discriminating against martial arts." "I object." Discriminating against martial arts? Leader Chang was puzzled. Zhong Xiaohua continued, "Just because I don't know Qigong doesn't mean I can't participate in the martial arts competition. I also know other martial arts. Qigong isn't good, but that doesn't mean other martial arts aren't good. Moreover, I think that those who practice external martial arts might not necessarily have good Qigong. Could it be that your sect Stone Ox also has good Qigong?" "Yes." "Stone Ox?" Leader Chang laughed. "You know Stone Ox? But let me tell you, although Stone Ox's Qigong isn't good, when he was young, he jumped onto this stage by himself. At least he knows Qigong." "Ah, I see." Zhong Xiaohua was speechless. Leader Chang saw that Zhong Xiaohua was silent, so he asked, "Oh right, you also practice external martial arts?" "It doesn't look like it." Zhong Xiaohua said, "I don't practice external martial arts. I also practice internal martial arts." "Oh." Leader Chang nodded and said, "Come here, I'll send you up." Zhong Xiaohua walked over puzzled and asked, "You'll send me up to the stage? How?" Leader Chang waited for Zhong Xiaohua to come closer, then squinted his eyes and smiled. He exerted force on his feet and immediately got in front of Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua's vision blurred and Leader Chang grabbed her neck. Then she felt a strong force on her back and her body involuntarily flew towards the stage. Leader Chang's laughter came from behind. "Ha ha, I'll send you up to the stage like this." Zhong Xiaohua's body flew towards the stage like a cloud. Leader Chang saw this effect and was very satisfied. He had always been confident in his martial arts, so this little trick was nothing to him. But suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Zhong Xiaohua's body didn't stop on the stage. Instead, she passed through the center of the stage and flew to the other side of the stage. Zhong Xiaohua's body didn't seem to have any signs of landing on the stage. Just then, Zhong Xiaohua's body flew across the stage and fell to the other side of the stage. What was going on? Leader Chang was also confused. When did his internal strength improve? Zhong Xiaohua, who was in the air, shouted, "Leader Chang, what are you doing? You also tricked me?" Leader Chang was speechless. Where did this come from? Then, he hurriedly ran to the other side of the stage to see how Zhong Xiaohua's body. Zhong Xiaohua's body was in mid-air. When she passed through the center of the stage, she felt that something was wrong. But she couldn't control herself. Seeing that she was flying across the stage and falling to the ground on the other side, she couldn't help but be anxious and shouted. After shouting, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the ethereal steps levitation technique and forgot He Tianxu's advice. Treating a dead horse as a living horse, he immediately followed the manual's instructions and executed it. But in the blink of an eye, his body had already landed. How could he make a last-minute effort? Just as he circulated his zhenqi to stabilize his body, his feet had already touched the ground. However, fortunately, she stood there steadily and didn't look as miserable as she did in front of the Misty School's archway. At this time, Leader Chang also rushed to her and asked, "Number 250, what's going on?" Zhong Xiaohua turned her head and asked, "Leader Chang, I also want to ask you. You were discriminating in martial arts just now, and now you are discriminating against gangs. How did my Huanxi manner offend you? Why did you throw me here?" When Leader Chang heard that she had risen to the height of the manor, he immediately changed to a smiling face and said, "Number 250, I'm sorry. I was kind enough to help you up the stage. Who knew that I would be so lucky?" Zhong Xiaohua frowned and said, "If you want to help me, then help me. Just say that you will." "Ah, you gave me a fright. Otherwise, I would have been mentally prepared." Leader Chang smiled apologetically and said, "Okay, I'll help you up again. What do you think?" Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "Okay, I'll forgive you this time. You can start now." Leader Chang was much more cautious this time. He held Zhong Xiaohua's armpit and used his strength. He felt that his hand was quite light, similar to a 10-year-old child. He couldn't help but realize that when he used his strength just now, he used his strength according to his own estimation. How could he have known that Zhong Xiaohua's body would be so light? No wonder she flew out all of a sudden. This time, Leader Chang used very little strength. Zhong Xiaohua easily jumped onto the stage. When Zhong Xiaohua stood firmly on the stage, Leader Chang finally realized that he was helping Zhong Xiaohua up the stage out of kindness. Just now, Zhong Xiaohua's words sounded like he was begging her to go up. What was this? "If you can't go up, then just give up. Why should I worry?" On the stage, the 7 or 8-year-old child had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After all, he was still young. When he saw Zhong Xiaohua fly over the stage, land on the other side, and then come up from the other side, he was very puzzled. Now that he saw Zhong Xiaohua land on the stage, he immediately stood firm and cupped his fists in salute. "I'm Mu Tangchun. Senior brother, please show mercy. Please." Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua knew that this was the etiquette before the Misty School's competition. She had seen it in the previous 4 matches, so she quickly saluted and said, "I'm Zhong Xiaohua. Junior brother, please." When Mu Tangchun saw that Zhong Xiaohua was ready, he didn't say anything more. He took a deep breath, opened his hands, and made a starting gesture. Then, he exerted force on his feet and pressed his palm to Zhong Xiaohua's chest. When Zhong Xiaohua saw this, she also raised her fist to meet it without hesitation. In the first move, both of them were testing each other's strength. Zhong Xiaohua knew that she was strong, but seeing that the opponent was a child, she didn't dare to go all out. She only used half of her strength. She thought that half of her strength would be 200 or 300 jin, so she would definitely be able to resist the opponent. Unexpectedly, when the fist and palm met, a strong force came from the small palm. Zhong Xiaohua was shocked and immediately thought that this was internal force. Alas, she was too careless. How could she forget that the opponent was a prodigy who was 1 in 10,000? Although he was young, his internal force had been practiced for many years. How could she underestimate him? But when the force from the palm came, Zhong Xiaohua increased her strength by 10%. Only then was she able to resist it. So Zhong Xiaohua had a plan in her heart. She didn't directly meet the opponent's palm for the second time. Mu Tangchun was the same. He seemed to know that Zhong Xiaohua's strength wasn't small, so he didn't fight head-on. So the two of them fought with 1 fist and 1 palm. At the beginning, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Zhong Xiaohua also met each of their moves with endless wonderful moves. But after a long time, the people in the audience could see the clues. Why? Zhong Xiaohua's 108 fist techniques were soon completely understood by others. Repeated moves continued to appear. On the other hand, although Mu Tangchun was young, he had learned a lot in his heart. After fighting with Zhong Xiaohua for nearly half an incense stick's time, he didn't see any repeated moves. From the palm technique at the beginning to the fist technique later, to the leg technique now, it had always been dazzling. Zhong Xiaohua sighed as she fought. The ancient people said that heroes came from the youth. However, although Zhong Xiaohua's moves weren't good, the power of the moves was still there. These fist techniques that had been changed into a mess by Zhong Xiaohua were still very wonderful in actual combat. The attack and defense were watertight. Although Mu Tangchun constantly changed his moves and tried to find Zhong Xiaohua's flaws, he didn't make any progress for a while. Mu Tangchun's eyes caught sight of the half-burnt incense stick. His legs exerted strength and he leaped up high. His left leg kicked towards Zhong Xiaohua. It was the secret leg technique of the Misty school. Zhong Xiaohua didn't have much experience in fighting, but she still had some knowledge of palm and fist techniques. Seeing this leg technique, she couldn't help but want to dodge. She exerted strength on her left leg and her right leg slipped. Her body wanted to float to the side. Ethereal steps was casually executed. Just as Zhong Xiaohua executed ethereal steps, team leader Ma, who was watching from below the stage, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He hurriedly turned his head to look at team leader Li. Team leader Li was also looking at him. Hence, their eyes met and they exchanged a look of astonishment. They didn't hide the expression on their faces. It seemed like they had already recognized ethereal steps. The fist technique disciples of the fledgling Eagle Hall were different from other disciples. Their task was to teach the martial arts of the commoner disciples. Therefore, they must know the martial arts of the sect like the back of their hand. Although the ethereal steps was a divine technique of the sect, they naturally couldn't be taught. However, this didn't mean that they hadn't seen it before. On the contrary, they had even seen the ethereal seven swords and the ethereal divine technique. Zhong Xiaohua participating in the martial arts exhibition as a disciple of the Huanxi manner was already rare. When she said that she had just learned martial arts for more than a year, Leader Ma naturally didn't think much of it. In addition to the disturbance in the arena, Zhong Xiaohua's image in Leader Ma's mind had already fallen to the lowest point. However, Zhong Xiaohua's performance in the arena was a new experience for Leader Ma. This guy, what kind of moves did he use? This seemed to be the Arhat fist, that seemed to be the Six Harmonies fist, and that seemed to be the Southern fist, and that also seemed to be the Jeet fist. In short, after fighting for a long time, Leader Ma didn't see a single fist technique that he was familiar with. However, these random fist techniques were used by Zhong Xiaohua with great vigor and vigor. His offense and defense were excellent, causing his opponent to be unable to find a good way to attack. In addition, what kind of foresight did Leader Ma have? He had long seen that Zhong Xiaohua did not know any inner force cultivation method. Moreover, when the two of them exchanged blows for the first time, he had seen it with his own eyes. He also knew how Mu Tangchun's inner force was. When he saw that Zhong Xiaohua did not lose out in the exchange of blows, he knew that Zhong Xiaohua's arms had extraordinary strength. However, this didn't make him look at Zhong Xiaohua with a whole new level of respect. With just these, Mu Tangchun wasn't a dish at all. As long as he continued to attack and wasn't afraid of exhausting his internal strength, he would definitely be able to force Zhong Xiaohua out of the arena. However, Zhong Xiaohua's use of the ethereal steps threw a huge stone in Leader Ma's heart and set off a huge wave. What kind of cultivation method was the ethereal steps? It was the ultimate cultivation method of the Misty school. As a disciple of the young Eagle Hall, he had never practiced it. At this time, a disciple of the Huanxi manner appeared. Leader Ma's heart immediately formed a thought, there must be something fishy about this. Just as Leader Ma was thinking, Zhong Xiaohua on the arena had already used the ethereal steps to dodge his opponent's many attacks. When Mu Tangchun saw that his leg technique wasn't effective, he no longer used it. He changed his moves and attacked Zhong Xiaohua with a fist technique. When Zhong Xiaohua saw the fist coming towards her, she was overjoyed. She met it head-on and still used the old Big Dipper magical fist. After fighting for a while, Mu Tangchun stole a glance at the incense stick. Seeing that the incense stick's time was about to be up, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This number 250 was too hateful. It was obviously a set of fist techniques over and over again, but he couldn't find any obvious flaws. He had changed a few sets of fist and palm techniques, but still couldn't succeed. It was easy to find that he couldn't deal with the leg technique, but the opponent used a very profound movement technique. His attacks didn't even touch the opponent's clothes. Seeing that the time was about to be up, could it be that he had to fight evenly with this opponent who appeared out of nowhere? He was faintly unconvinced. Thus, Mu Tangchun clenched his teeth and secretly used his mental cultivation method. A faint golden color appeared on his small face and flashed away. His small hand clenched into a fist and his body leaped into the air. He shouted loudly and fiercely attacked Zhong Xiaohua's face. Golden sandalwood fist. Leader Ma shouted in his heart and couldn't help but praise Mu Tangchun. However, he didn't have much hope for Mu Tangchun's attack. One must know that as long as Zhong Xiaohua used the ethereal steps, he would definitely be in an invincible position. However, the scene in front of him seemed to be out of his expectations. When Zhong Xiaohua saw Mu Tangchun's fist getting bigger and bigger, and was about to reach her, she also shouted loudly. She didn't use any moves, but her feet separated, and she got into a horse stance. Then, a fist went forward to meet it. With a peng sound, the two fists collided. Zhong Xiaohua took a step back and Mu Tangchun was also sent flying into the air. Mu Tangchun was also outstanding. His body was sent flying, but he didn't panic. He did a somersault and immediately stabilized his body. Using his feet to step on the pillar at the edge of the stage, he used his lightness skill to send another fist towards Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Good, eat my fist too." At this time, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have forgotten that her opponent was a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her body also rushed forward, and her arms exerted strength. Her fist went up to meet Mu Tangchun's fist. The two's fists collided, and in an instant, they collided 3 times. The audience below the stage heard 3 consecutive peng 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 sounds. Mu Tangchun was sent flying by Zhong Xiaohua's fist. He somersaulted a few times before stabilizing his body. His body lightly landed on the side of the stage, and Zhong Xiaohua also took a few steps back. Only when she retreated to the edge of the stage did she manage to stop. At this time, Leader Ma shouted from below the stage, "Time's up, it's a draw." At this time, Mu Tangchun had already changed his attitude of contempt. His eyes were full of surprise. The two walked to the center of the stage, saluted again, and then jumped down the stage. Fortunately, the stage wasn't too high. When Zhong Xiaohua jumped down, she only hesitated for a moment. As soon as Mu Tangchun jumped down from the stage, he was surrounded by the other 8 people. Needless to say, they were inquiring about Zhong Xiaohua's true strength. Everyone had seen the process of the competition, but they still had to listen to the words of the person involved to know their true feelings. Zhong Xiaohua jumped down the stage and silently walked to the side. Leader Ma looked at him with a complicated expression. He wanted to go over and say something, but he stopped. He thought that Zhong Xiaohua was upset because he didn't get all 3 points, so he didn't go over to comfort him. In fact, at this time, Zhong Xiaohua didn't think about what happened on the stage just now. She was thinking about how she felt when she was thrown over by Leader Ma just now. Didn't he Tianshu say that the levitation technique was just an incantation and that he couldn't use it? But just now, when he was anxious, he clearly used it successfully. Although he didn't float up, there was still a little bit of meaning. This was a fundamental difference. What was going on? If she could use the levitation skill, then she also knew Qigong. She could also go up this stage. Why did she have to be thrown up by her head? Thinking of this, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but stare fiercely at the stage and Leader Ma below the stage. After a break, Zhong Xiaohua's group's competition continued. The next 2 rounds of competition were not much different from the first round. However, various fist techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques appeared, which opened Zhong Xiaohua's eyes. Even Zhong Xiaohua's most anticipated Qinggong technique was different for each person. Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. The foundation of this misty school was too deep. As for Zhong Xiaohua's competition, the children already knew that he had great strength. Naturally, they didn't provoke him anymore. Although they used Qinggong to avoid some of his powerful moves, they also knew that he wasn't familiar with leg techniques. In the beginning, several people used leg techniques to deal with Zhong Xiaohua. Zhong Xiaohua had to use ethereal steps to deal with them. But after 2 rounds, Zhong Xiaohua adapted to their leg techniques. She no longer just dodged, but used Big Dipper magical fist to meet the enemy. That repeated fist technique actually blocked the leg techniques. People couldn't help but say that it was a miracle. Thus, just like this, if Zhong Xiaohua used her ultimate move and used a powerful attack, her opponent would use Qinggong to dodge. And if she encountered a martial art that Zhong Xiaohua couldn't block, Zhong Xiaohua would use ethereal steps to dodge. The result was very clear. Everyone was happy and obtained a point from each other. Thus, in Zhong Xiaohua's 9 matches, regardless of the opponent's martial arts, the exquisiteness of their fist techniques, or the depth of their inner strength, she fought with her opponent for a full incense stick's worth of time. Finally, she shook hands and made peace. This competition made leader Ma below the stage depressed. He couldn't wait to grab Zhong Xiaohua's ear and say to him, "When you use ethereal steps, you only need to use a backhand punch to hit your opponent. With your strength, you only need 1 punch to win." But how would he know that once Zhong Xiaohua used ethereal steps, he would not be able to use Big Dipper fist? He had yet to properly merge the 2 martial arts together. Leader Ma felt that ethereal steps was like casting pearls before swine in Zhong Xiaohua's hands. He hated that Zhong Xiaohua was rotten wood that couldn't be carved. In the end, he didn't even have the thought of throwing Zhong Xiaohua onto the stage and almost threw Zhong Xiaohua out of the stage. By the time Zhong Xiaohua tied for the 3rd time, the sky had already turned dark. Zhong Xiaohua jumped off the stage and the first thing she asked was, "Leader Ma, where are we going to eat?" Everyone below the stage fell to the ground with a thud. -1. Chapter 171. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. Although Zhong Xiaohua wasn't very happy on the first day of the martial arts exhibition, at least she wasn't sad. As for the 2 brothers from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, it was hard to say. Shang Guanyun's face was extremely unsightly as he stood below a ring. Looking at the group of youngsters, or rather children, who were a head shorter than him, who were chattering about their experiences on the first day of the competition, he felt an unusual bitterness in his heart. He finally understood the reason why no one from the Lotus Escort Agency had participated in this martial arts exhibition for decades. However, for this simple reason, the price he had to pay was really too great. Fortunately, the sky was already dark at this time, and no one paid attention to this young man who had lost 3 matches in a row. Otherwise, Shang Guanyun would rather make a crack in the ground and hide in it. Thinking about it, why did he listen to Yu Dei's instigation? Was it because of his curiosity that he got involved in this mess? Or was it because of his longing for the ethereal sect? Curiosity killed the cat. Since ancient times, countless examples had shown that impulsiveness and curiosity had a heavy price to pay. His cat hadn't been killed, but his self-esteem had been completely strangled. Thinking about the 3 matches he had just gone through, he had thought that his martial arts had already had some foundation. In addition, he had trained hard in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's martial arts training center for nearly a year. Although it wasn't enough to deal with these children, he should at least have the strength to fight back. But the seemingly naive and childish children below were completely different people in the ring. They were merciless in the competition, their fists were skillful, their figures were graceful, and even their internal strength had reached a certain level. On the other hand, other than the last child who was slightly weaker, he had fought for half an hour before he was forced to the corner of the ring and had no choice but to raise his hand and admit defeat. The other 2 had all knocked him out of the ring within a few dozen moves. Thinking of this, Shangguan Yun shook his head slightly and said to himself, "This trip to the Misty School, it was a mistake. This is so embarrassing. But, I wonder how Yu Dei's results are?" At this time, a small shadow flitted across his heart, but was immediately driven away by him. If he had been defeated so badly, what else could be said about the youth? He must have been beaten black and blue. On the other side, Yu Dei wasn't having an easy time either. He was number 2 and had to go up in the first round. Yu Dei had initially looked down on him. After all, he had his family's internal force cultivation method and had been practicing it for a long time. He also knew the power of this internal force. Wasn't it his fault that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency had crippled Zhong Xiaohua's hand? Therefore, when he entered the arena, he did not dare to use 10% of his inner strength. He only used 50%. But the Misty School youth opposite him didn't buy it and used 10% of his inner strength to compete with him. Although that youth was younger than Yu Dei and hadn't been practicing his internal force cultivation method for as long as him, he was talented and his internal force cultivation method was advanced. The depth of his inner strength was actually not much worse than Yu Dei's. Therefore, when Yu Dei saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately focused 120% of his attention and used 10% of his inner strength to treat the youth in front of him as an equal opponent. Only then did they manage to be evenly matched. That youth saw that he didn't have the upper hand and immediately changed the rules of the competition. He used his qinggong and an exquisite palm technique to fight with him. Yu Dei's moves weren't as exquisite as his opponents, and his qinggong wasn't as agile as his opponent's. He could only rely on his own deep inner strength and adopt a defensive stance. Only then was he able to steadily defend against his opponent's attacks for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. When the team leader announced that it was a draw, Yu Dei secretly let out a sigh of relief. If he had another half an incense stick of time, he would have definitely lost. Unfortunately, Yu Dei was happy too early. Because he had used up too much of his inner strength in the first round, he hadn't fully recovered by the time he entered the arena again. And his opponent for the second round was even crazier. It was a youth who had deeper inner strength than Yu Dei's previous opponent and whose moves were more exquisite. From the start, he didn't give Yu Dei a chance to catch his breath. He immediately took the initiative and attacked non-stop. Yu Dei's inner strength wasn't enough and his moves and body techniques couldn't compare to his opponent's. As he retreated to defend, he cried in his heart, "Brother, can you not bully me like this? Can you at least leave me some face?" However, his opponent didn't have any special abilities and didn't know what Yu Dei was thinking. He only focused on attacking. Before a quarter of the incense stick had even burned, Yu Dei was kicked out of the arena by his opponent. After falling out of the arena, Yu Dei wasn't discouraged. He secretly hid the sadness of his defeat and hurriedly circulated his inner strength to recover his inner strength. He wanted to obtain all 3 points in the third round. Man proposes, God disposes. Yu Dei's fate was actually already sealed when he drew the number plate with Zhong Xiaohua and Shangguan Yun. Yu Dei's third round was simply a replica of the first round. He was constantly suppressed by his opponent and could only breathe a sigh of relief after the time it took to burn a stick of incense. With 2 draws and 1 loss, Yu Dei stood below the arena. As one of his fellow sufferers, he couldn't help but have the same thoughts as Shangguan Yun. His self-esteem had suffered a huge blow. At the same time, he also thought that if he was like this, then what would happen to Shangguan Yun and Zhong Xiaohua, who was half-baked and had a crippled right hand? However, Yu Dei still had a different feeling in his heart. This Misty School was indeed a famous school. Even though he was just a commoner, he had such strength. He wasn't a match for him even though he had practiced for many years. If he could enter such a school to further his studies, then in a few years, his martial arts would improve by leaps and bounds. However, he was already old and his aptitude might not be much better than these youngsters who were much shorter than him. The Misty School might not make an exception and accept him. Thinking of this, Yu Dei immediately thought of Zhong Xiaohu's figure in his heart. How could this country bumpkin catch the eye of the Misty School and become a disciple of the Misty School? Thinking of Zhong Xiaohu's country bumpkin appearance and then looking at his own clothes, Deity couldn't help but raise his head and look at the dark sky. From the bottom of his heart, he shouted, "Heavens, I'm so handsome, why don't you care more about me? Is it because I'm too handsome that you treat me this way? The heavens are really unfair. Why don't you send down lightning and strike those?" Just as he thought of this, he heard thunder in the sky. Deity's heart skipped a beat. Did the heavens hear his prayers? He then stole a glance at the youngster beside him. No one else seemed to be paying attention to him. Only then did he feel relieved. Suddenly, Deity had a malicious thought. If everyone else ate until they had diarrhea, then tomorrow wouldn't he? Deity secretly prayed again. Zhong Xiaohua, on the other hand, didn't have the same thoughts and worries as the other two. After a day of competition, he was a little hungry. Although the people from the Misty School didn't live a life of luxury, they were still favored by the heavens. After coming to the Misty School, their basic necessities were all arranged by someone and they didn't need to worry about it. Now that they heard Zhong Xiaohua ask such a stupid question, they couldn't help but lower the position of Zhong Xiaohua in their hearts by a few notches. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua's already bad image became even worse. The other youngsters all distanced themselves from him as if he wasn't in the same group as them. Team leader Chang didn't know his background. Looking at the strange gazes around him, he still braced himself and said, "Well, in a while, you can eat with us. I'm not too sure about your arrangements. If Steward Shu comes to look for you later, you can make other plans." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, his eyes lit up. He moved closer to team leader Chang and asked, "Then what are our standards? Is there red braised pork? I ate first-class meals at Huanxi Mountain Manor. Our Misty School shouldn't be worse than them, right?" When team leader Chang heard this, he quickly distanced himself from him as if he wasn't familiar with him. He coughed twice and said, "Well, I don't know what's the difference between this and your Huanxi Mountain Manor's first-class meals. As for this red braised pork, I'm not sure if it was prepared today. We usually don't eat much of it." Zhong Xiaohua was a little disappointed and said, "You actually don't eat much red braised pork? Seems like the standards aren't high." Team leader Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "That stuff is too greasy and it's easy to gain weight. It will affect the figure, so we don't eat much." Zhong Xiaohua suddenly understood and nodded, "So it's like that. But the red braised pork is very fragrant and is more delicious than the others." However, team leader Chang didn't seem to be in the mood to talk to him about this. He called team leader Li and the other disciples to pack up and leave. Suddenly, Zhong Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and quickly walked in front of team leader Chang and asked, "Team leader Chang, can I ask you one more thing?" Team leader Chang took a step back and asked hesitantly, "Say it and see if I can answer." Zhong Xiaohua said mysteriously, "For people like us who came from outside to participate in the martial arts exhibition, can we walk around freely in the Misty School? Or if I want to go to other places to find familiar people, is that okay?" Captain Chang looked at Zhong Xiaohua's mysterious appearance and asked such a question. He almost vomited blood. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Well, I really don't know. Why don't you wait a moment? I'll send someone over to ask." After saying that, he waved his hand to a child who had competed with Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Moo Moo, quickly go find Steward Shu and tell him about the problem of number 250. See how to deal with it." The child agreed and skipped away. Not long after, he came back and said, "Steward Shu said that we can walk around freely in the Misty School. However, we can't go to some forbidden areas. There are also some places guarded by guards that are not allowed to enter. Also, we can't force our way in. In addition, the 3 people who came from outside to participate in the competition have already arranged accommodation. It's best to stay in the sect at night and rest early so that you can participate in tomorrow's competition on time." Team leader Chang nodded and turned to ask, 250, do you understand?" Zhong Xiaohua smiled and said, "I understand, Team leader Chang. Then I'll go find someone." Team leader Chang was bursting with joy and said, "What? You're not going to eat first? Let's eat first." Zhong Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Let's find someone first." "Oh right, where does sect leader Oyu's direct disciple live?" Team leader Chang was startled and secretly thought, "See, I told you that there was something fishy going on. It was just as I expected. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now. Thus, team leader Chang used an abnormally amiable voice and explained the route in detail. Zhong Xiaohua waited until she understood everything before bowing and taking her leave. Watching Zhong Xiaohua's departing figure, team leader Chang also let out a long sigh. The trouble had finally left on its own. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. However, the Misty School was still brightly lit. Many people were walking around in twos and threes. They were all excitedly talking about interesting news and experiences from the competition. Although team leader Chang gave a very detailed description of Zhong Xiaohu's residence, he couldn't stand up to Zhong Xiaohua's poor sense of direction. In less than a moment, she lost her way and didn't know where to go. However, the Misty School didn't lack warm-hearted people. Especially when they heard that Zhong Xiaohua was going to the direct disciples' residence, many people volunteered to personally send Zhong Xiaohua there. Zhong Xiaohua was covered in goosebumps from their attentiveness. She thought of the situation her second brother was in last time and hurriedly rejected countless people's good intentions. She expressed that she didn't dare to disturb their fun during dinner and that she would go alone as long as she told them the directions. Thus, under the resentful gazes of countless people and the helpless feeling of being rejected, Zhong Xiaohua took one step at a time and finally arrived near Zhong Xiaohu's residence. However, at this time, a group of female disciples walked towards her. Wasn't the one at the front of the group Mingtsue Hall's Aunt Qin and Hall Master Qin? Zhong Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen them. She couldn't help but feel happy. She raised her hand and called out, "Big Sister Qin, Big Sister Qin." Aunt Qin led a group of young female disciples and was surrounded by the fiery gazes of male disciples. Naturally, she didn't notice Zhong Xiaohua among the countless people. At this time, when she heard someone call her, she was secretly puzzled. Who has the guts to call me that? When she saw the small and thin figure in the crowd, she was pleasantly surprised. "Zhong Xiaohua, why are you here?" Zhong Xiaohua walked forward and bowed. "I'm here to participate in the martial arts competition." Aunt Qin was surprised and asked, "You're not a disciple of our Misty School. How can you participate in the martial arts competition? Could it be that you can also advance?" Zhong Xiaohua explained the situation in detail. Only then did Aunt Qin understand. She said, "I really don't know about this. However, the martial arts competition has already been held for a day. How are your results? Even if you're only at the first rank of commoner clothing, the martial arts of those youths are still extremely powerful." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, she shrugged and shook her head slightly. When Aunt Qin saw this, she naturally knew that her results weren't good. She hurriedly comforted her. "Zhong Xiaohua, it's okay. If you lose, you lose. Just treat it as coming to see the world." "Oh, right. What are you doing now? Where are you going?" When she heard that Zhong Xiaohua wanted to find Zhong Xiaohu, she smiled and said to a female disciple behind her, "Chang'e, you know Zhong Xiaohua. Bring Zhong Xiaohua over. Don't let him find the wrong place again." That female disciple walked out of the crowd and looked at Zhong Xiaohua with a strange gaze. When Zhong Xiaohua heard that someone else knew her, she was surprised. When Chang'e walked out of the crowd of female disciples, she frowned slightly. Then she relaxed and said with a smile, "Yes, I know elder sister Chang'e. Aren't we just going together?" Aunt Qin didn't wait for Zhong Xiaohua to finish and immediately interrupted her. "It's good that you know Chang'e. Let her take you so you don't get lost again." Zhong Xiaohua laughed and said with a double meaning, "I know, elder sister Qin." Afterwards, she bid farewell to Aunt Qin and was led by Chang'e to Zhong Xiaohu's residence. Along the way, Chang'e was very curious about how Zhong Xiaohua had killed the black-clothed old man. After all, she had personally experienced that person's power and saw Zhong Xiaohua kill him with her own eyes. Ever since they returned from the south, the news of Ouyang Yang down south had been strictly sealed. Even the news of Zhong Xiaohua coming back alive was only later found out by Chang'e. She had always been very curious about what kind of unique skills Zhong Xiaohua had that she wasn't afraid of the black-clothed old man's iron shirt and light golden palm. Today was such a coincidence that she was caught red-handed. How could she let Zhong Xiaohua go? Like a curious child, she asked this and that. Zhong Xiaohua had gone down south with her. Although they hadn't talked, they could be considered to have gone through trials and tribulations together. There was no need to keep Zhong Xiaohua's matters a secret from her. Thus, Zhong Xiaohua told her in full detail about what she had said and done with Elder Yu that day. Chang'e still didn't believe her. She opened her big round eyes and asked, "Is it really that simple?" It was that person's negligence. Zhong Xiaohua had an expression that said, "I knew you wouldn't believe me." She said, "It was originally like this. If I was powerful, I wouldn't have been able to tie 3 matches in a row today." Tie 3 matches in a row? When Chang'e heard this, she laughed out loud and said, "You're really good. When I was a commoner, I didn't hear of many people tying 3 matches in a row." As she spoke, Chang'e suddenly said, "Aya, I was just talking to you. Aren't we already here? This is where the direct disciples live. Do you know where your second brother lives? If you don't know, we'll have to find someone to ask." Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "There's a small tree in front of my second brother's courtyard. Look, that should be it. I came here once during the day, so I still have a bit of an impression of it." After saying this, Zhong Xiaohua led Chang'e to Zhong Xiaohu's courtyard. She smiled and pointed at the small tree, saying, "It's this small tree. There's no mistake. I can't recognize the road, but I still have an impression of the tree." After saying this, Zhong Xiaohua walked up and knocked on the door. It was still quiet inside. Chang'e said in a small voice, "Could it be that your second brother isn't here? Today is the day of my Misty School's martial arts practice. He must have gone somewhere to watch the fun. Or perhaps the sect leader had something to do and let him go." Zhong Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't know about this, right? Elder sister Chang'e, watch me." After saying this, she stopped knocking on the door. Instead, she pointed her mouth at the crack of the door and sang loudly, "Zhong Xiaohu, oh Zhong Xiaohu, your younger brother is Zhong Xiaohua. He asked me to ask you, are you still in the courtyard? Are you in the courtyard?" As soon as she finished singing, the door opened with a creak. A joyful voice came from inside, "Xiaohua, is that you? Why did you come at this time? Wasn't it Zhong Xiaohu who walked out of the door?" Zhong Xiaohu saw that the person in front of him was his younger brother. He was very surprised. He walked over and rubbed his head, saying, "Why did you come here now?" Zhong Xiaohua said with grievance, "Don't keep rubbing my head. It'll affect my growth. By the way, I didn't come here alone." "Really?" Zhong Xiaohu was surprised. He raised his head and looked outside, asking, "Who else is there? Is it Li Jinfeng, young Master Li?" -1. Chapter 172. Looking up, Chang'e was standing not far away, looking at the 2 brothers with a beautiful smile. The female disciples of the Misty School were outstanding. Every one of them was incomparably beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. Chang'e was dressed in a tight suit, looking particularly valiant in the dark night. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. The bright moonlight shone down on Chang'e's body. Under the moonlight, Chang'e saw Zhong Xiaohu looking at her. She pursed her lips and walked up to him. Zhong Xiaohu suddenly felt an electric shock in his heart. He felt a burst of heartache, followed by a burst of heat. His eyes stared at Chang'e, and he could no longer speak. Zhong Xiaohua did not notice her second brother's appearance. She hurriedly greeted Chang'e and said, "Sister Chang'e, this is my second brother, Zhong Xiaohu. Haha, he is now Hero Wen's disciple." Her words were full of infinite pride. Chang'e smiled and walked up to Zhong Xiaohu. She saluted and said, "Hello, Zhong Xiaohu. I don't know if I should call you junior brother or senior brother. In fact, according to the rules of the Misty School, the first to enter the door is the elder." Zhong Xiaohu really did have to call Chang'e senior sister. However, the disciples of Oyu Peng's line also had some special characteristics. Sometimes, the seniority was also determined by age. However, in Zhong Xiaohu's case, entering the Misty School at such an old age was rare, so Chang'e asked this question. Zhong Xiaohu looked at Chang'e's face, which was as beautiful as a flower. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Based on his usual personality, he would probably call her senior apprentice sister out of humility. But in front of this girl, he couldn't bring himself to call her senior apprentice sister. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua was very puzzled. She said to Chang'e, "My second brother is older than me by 5 years. He should be 19 this year. Sister Chang'e, how old are you?" Hearing this, Chang'e smiled and said, "In that case, your second brother should be older." After that, he cupped his hands and saluted Zhong Xiaohu. "I am Chang'e of Mingxue Hall. Greetings, senior martial brother." Seeing that Chang'e was so generous, Zhong Xiaohu was even more delighted. He also saluted and said, "I'm Zhong Xiaohu. Greetings, junior sister Chang'e." After the two saluted, Chang'e asked, "Senior martial brother, are you the disciple who recently joined the sect?" These words were very vague, but Zhong Xiaohu understood and nodded with a bitter smile. Chang Ji smiled and said, "I was wondering why there was a rumor recently that a disciple relied on nepotism to join the Misty School's direct disciples. I was very puzzled. Our boss OU isn't a person who only listens to one side. How could he make such a mistake? Now that I've seen Zhong Xiaohua, I know the reason." Zhong Xiaohu didn't quite understand. Zhong Xiaohua hurriedly explained, "Elder sister Chang'e and I went out with our manor lord OU. That's how we met." Zhong Xiaohu also suddenly understood. He hurriedly opened the door and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Junior sister Chang'e, please come in." Chang'e waved her hand and said, "No need, senior martial brother. The hall master told me to bring Zhong Xiaohua here. I still have to hurry back. There's a competition tomorrow, so I have to go back early to prepare." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu hurriedly said, "I heard that the competition at the martial arts exhibition is very important. Junior sister should go back early. I won't invite you in for a chat." Chang'e saluted the two again and turned to leave. Zhong Xiaohu suddenly asked, "Junior sister Chang'e, where will your competition be tomorrow?" Hearing this, Chang'e covered her mouth and laughed, "Our Mingxue Hall's competition will naturally be in the hall. You male disciples aren't allowed to watch." Zhong Xiaohua couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He scratched his head. Chang'e looked at Zhong Xiaohua and said, "Isn't Zhong Xiaohua also competing tomorrow? You can go and cheer him on. I'll see if tomorrow's competition ends early. If it ends early, I'll also go to the Young Eagle Hall to cheer Zhong Xiaohua on." Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu was overjoyed. He watched Chang'e leave. After Chang'e left, the two brothers entered the courtyard. Without waiting for Zhong Xiaohua to sit down, Zhong Xiaohu impatiently asked, "Xiaohua, why are you also participating in the martial arts exhibition?" Zhong Xiaohua had no choice but to be patient and tell him the whole story again. Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohu couldn't help but feel uneasy. He said, "Xiaohua, how can you do as you please? No matter what, you have to discuss this with me." Zhong Xiaohua stared blankly and asked in puzzlement, "What's there to discuss? Isn't it just a martial arts competition?" Zhong Xiaohu stamped his feet and said, "Xiaohua, you didn't stay in the Misty School. You don't know how powerful the Misty School is. When I was in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, I felt that my aptitude wasn't good enough. As long as we have the will to endure hardships, we won't be worse than others." Zhong Xiaohua said, "That's right, second brother. I also feel the same way." Zhong Xiaohu bitterly smiled and said, "I've gained a lot of knowledge during my time in the Misty School. Let's not talk about the level of brocade clothing and the high level of cloth clothing. Let's just talk about the level of cloth clothing that you're participating in. I've actually seen a few young disciples compete. I won't hide it from you, my self-esteem has taken a big hit. I feel that the martial arts that I've learned is simply not a match for others. Think about it, a child whose height just reaches my chest has better martial arts than me, and whose internal strength is higher than mine. If I were to be beaten down in the arena, where would I put my face?" Hearing this, Zhong Xiaohua slightly frowned and interrupted her second brother, saying, "Second brother, I think what you said is wrong. What does this martial arts competition have to do with face? If you don't compete for the sake of face, then your martial arts will never improve. As the ancients say, the one who reaches the top is the teacher. It doesn't matter if the other person is young or old, as long as there is something that we can learn from them, we should humbly learn from them. What do you think, second brother? When Zhong Xiaohu heard this, his face turned slightly red and he said in a low voice, "What you say makes sense." However, he immediately put on a straight face and said, "But why are you participating in this martial arts competition? I know your martial arts foundation. If it's just to learn, you can let Captain He and the others teach you properly first. It won't be too late to participate after 3 to 5 years of practice. Who can you beat right now? How can you learn anything from it?" When it came to the results of the competition, Zhong Xiaohua didn't say anything more. After all, he was still a youth. When he reprimanded Zhong Xiaohu just now, he spoke with conviction. In fact, wasn't he the same as well? Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to be in the same group as those tall disciples. When Zhong Xiaohu saw that his younger brother wasn't speaking, his heart ached as he asked, "Did you not win a single match today?" Zhong Xiaohua could only nod his head. Zhong Xiaohu patted his head and comforted him, "It's okay, Xiaohua. Our foundation is weak and can't compare to them. Didn't I just say that as long as we have the heart to improve and cultivate hard? If we can't do it this year, there's still next year. If we can't do it next year, there's still the year after." When Zhong Xiaohua heard this, he vigorously nodded his head. Just as he was nodding his head, he heard Zhong Xiaohua's stomach rumble thunderously. Zhong Xiaohu smiled and said, "I was wondering why you ran over to my place. So you haven't eaten yet? Come, let's go and try our food." With that said, he pulled Zhong Xiaohua out of the small courtyard with his head held high. After eating, Zhong Xiaohua rubbed his stomach as if he hadn't had enough. He followed second brother to the tidy and lively main road of the Misty School. Zhong Xiaohu looked at his younger brother and was very happy. He smiled and asked, "Xiaohua, I remember that you like to eat red braised pork. Why didn't you eat more just now? Also, I feel that your appetite is a lot smaller than before. You're growing now, so you have to eat more." Zhong Xiaohua looked at the lush flowers and said, "Second brother, I don't know what's going on either. It's just that I feel like I'm full after eating for a while. Just like today, if it wasn't for the fact that the competition exhausted my energy, I would have eaten even less at night. The red braised pork tastes okay, but the more I eat, the more I get sick of it." Zhong Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because you eat better now, so you don't like to eat anymore. If it was at home, you would eat faster than anyone else." At the mention of home, the two brothers were a bit sad. Zhong Xiaohua asked in a small voice, "Second brother, I want to go home and take a look." "What about you?" Zhong Xiaohu nodded and said, "I also want to. We've been out for more than a year, so we should go back and take a look. Although young Master Li has already reported back to the family that he's safe, Mom and Dad still miss us when they don't see us." Zhong Xiaohua looked at Zhong Xiaohu and said, "Then when can we go back?" Zhong Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait a bit. You should be able to go back at any time." Zhong Xiaohua quickly said, "Yes, I don't have much to do. It's just that a while ago, I couldn't leave. Captain He and the others are going to participate in the martial arts exhibition, so I'll keep an eye on the medicinal field for a while. After the martial arts exhibition, they'll go back and I'll be relaxed. I should be able to go back at any time." Zhong Xiaohu muttered, "I'm a bit troubled here. I've only just entered the Misty School, so I haven't fully grasped the habits of my master and the others. At first, they just let me familiarize myself with the environment of the school. I reckon that after the martial arts exhibition, they'll only be able to teach me specific martial arts. So, I don't dare to easily ask for leave from master." Zhong Xiaohua nodded and said, "I know, second brother. How about I wait for you? When we go back, it's better if the two of us go back together. If one of us goes back alone, Mom and Dad will be even more worried." Zhong Xiaohu looked at Zhong Xiaohua with a slight smile and said, "Xiaohua, you've also grown up." Zhong Xiaohua proudly raised her little head and said, "That's right, second brother. I'm already 13 years old, of course I'm an adult." The two of them chatted like this as they walked back. When they were about to reach Zhong Xiaohu's residence, Zhong Xiaohua suddenly thought, "Second brother, do you know where the medicine hall is? I want to go see Captain He and Nai Xiao Er." Zhong Xiaohu looked at the sky and shook his head. "Forget it, don't go today. It's already late and they're all going to participate in the martial arts exhibition. They're probably cultivating right now. Even if you go, you won't be able to see them. You'll be disturbing them for no reason. Also, don't you have a competition tomorrow? You should go back and rest early. Rest well. Even if you lose tomorrow, you have to use all your strength to deal with it." "Ayo!" Zhong Xiaohua cried out and said, "Second brother, I forgot that when I left Kitty Hawk Hall, Steward Shu said that he had already reserved a room for me. I didn't ask clearly either. Can I not go back tonight? It's already so late, what should I do?" Zhong Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "It's already so late, who are you going to ask? I don't know where this Steward Shu is, but I do know the general location of Kitty Hawk Hall. Forget it, I'll just make do with my place tonight. When I see them tomorrow, I'll properly explain." Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, "That's the only way. I hope there won't be any problems." The two brothers chatted as they returned to the small courtyard. Zhong Xiaohu hadn't received any teachings from his master yet. Presumably, when Wenhai was thinking about what martial arts to teach Zhong Xiaohu. Moreover, when Wenhai had already stopped Zhong Xiaohu from practicing the trash martial arts that he had learned at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Therefore, Zhong Xiaohu could only practice fist techniques and the like. Thus, the two of them each occupied a corner in the small courtyard and began to practice on their own. After Zhong Xiaohu finished practicing a set of fist techniques, he saw that Zhong Xiaohua was still practicing. He stood there with a chuckle and happily watched his younger brother practice. Very quickly, he discovered that Zhong Xiaohua was practicing that set of fist techniques over and over again. He felt that it was very strange, but immediately after, his heart was moved again and he shouted, "Xiaohua, stop. Let's spar for a bit." Zhong Xiaohua paused for a moment and happily said, "Okay, second brother. Wait a moment. I'll practice a few more times and then stop." After practicing enough times, that bone-tempering cold stream appeared and Zhong Xiaohua stopped. Zhong Xiaohu felt very strange and asked, "Xiaohua, why do you practice the same set of fist techniques over and over again?" Zhong Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "There's nothing strange about it. Second brother, I only know how to practice this set of fist techniques. If I don't practice it over and over again, what am I practicing?" Zhong Xiaohu explained, "You don't understand what I mean. I know that you only know this set of fist techniques. What I'm saying is, when I told you to stop, why didn't you stop? Instead, you practiced several times before stopping." Zhong Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "It's like this, second brother. When I practice this set of fist techniques to a certain number of times, there will be a cold stream flowing through the bones in my body. If I don't practice it to a certain level, it won't appear. That's why I have to practice it over and over again." "Hey!" Zhong Xiaohu's eyes widened and asked, "Really? This set of fist techniques that you put together?" Zhong Xiaohua listened to her small chest and proudly said, "Really, second brother? Do you want me to teach you and you can try it?" Zhong Xiaohu didn't suspect that his brother was lying. However, Zhong Xiaohua was currently participating in the martial arts competition. Moreover, he had just entered Misty School and would probably be practicing new martial arts soon. Where would he have the time to practice other things? Thus, he could only shake his head and regretfully said, "Forget it. Right now, I don't have the time to learn more martial arts. Let's wait until Master teaches me Misty School's martial arts." Zhong Xiaohua didn't manage to show off her toy. She pouted and said, "All right then. When you want to learn, come find me. Hee hee." Then, Zhong Xiaohua got into a stance and said, "Come, second brother. Let me try your martial arts." When Zhong Xiaohu heard this, he was also happy. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "All right. Watch my Liuhe fist." Thus, the two brothers stepped forward and began to spar. When the two brothers sparred, they naturally wanted to give way to each other. Zhong Xiaohu knew that Zhong Xiaohua didn't know how to use internal energy, so he didn't use any internal energy in his moves. On the other hand, Zhong Xiaohua knew that Zhong Xiaohu's strength wasn't as great as hers, so she only used 30% of her strength. In short, the two of them sparred harmoniously. Zhong Xiaohua didn't even use the ethereal steps. The two of them sparred for a while. Zhong Xiaohua was actually able to counter every move he made. He fought meticulously. Although Zhong Xiaohu was unable to gain the upper hand several times, he felt very gratified. He knew very well that his younger brother was actually not at a disadvantage in this fist technique. Naturally, he must have put in a lot of effort in his daily practice. The two of them sparred for a while. Zhong Xiaohu saw that it was getting late and stopped. He smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you've improved a lot. I almost can't beat you." Zhong Xiaohua's little tail stuck up. She smiled and said, "Don't you know whose brother I am? Can't I?" Zhong Xiaohu chuckled and said, "It's a pity that your internal energy isn't good enough. Otherwise, you could really exchange a few moves with those young Eagle Hall disciples." Zhong Xiaohua wasn't happy and said, "It's just that we didn't have this opportunity when we were young. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worse than them." Zhong Xiaohu comforted her and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Slowly improve. There will always be time to catch up with them. Come on, let's go inside and sleep. It's late and you still have to participate in the competition tomorrow." Zhong Xiaohu's small courtyard wasn't small and the house wasn't small either. However, there was only one Kang in the house. As a last resort, the two of them could only squeeze together. In fact, it couldn't be said that they had no choice. Presumably, even if there were two Kang beds, the two brothers would still squeeze together. The two brothers whispered for a while on the Kang bed. When Zhong Xiaohu spoke again, there was no sound from the other side. Zhong Xiaohu kicked Zhong Xiaohua but there was no response. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "This kid is still sleeping as soundly as before." Thus, Zhong Xiaohu also closed his eyes. After a while, he peacefully fell asleep. In the whole house, there were two breathing sounds, one of which had a very strange frequency. It was Zhong Xiaohua's unique 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. Zhong Xiaohua's carefree heart sutra quietly ran again when he was asleep. In the endless night sky, the ethereal star force came as expected and invisibly covered Zhong Xiaohua's whole body. It was slowly guided into the pores of his whole body and then into his meridians to be refined. Tonight's star force was also different from the past. The star force projected for a long time and even attracted a trace of chi of heaven and earth above the misty school. Following the star force's trajectory, it was also guided into Zhong Xiaohua's body. The amount of chi of heaven and earth was also several times more than that of Huanxi Villa. It was guided into Zhong Xiaohua's pores by the star force. After being guided and refined by Zhong Xiaohua, it was constantly integrated into the genuine chi that was cheerfully flowing in his body. Every time the genuine chi flowed a circle, there would be a slight increase. Although the increase was insignificant, after a night of hard work by Zhong Xiaohua, he could feel a slight change. -1. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,